engineering is no different from self-motivation. Electrical engineering is no different from self-motivation as well. Because we need to motivate ourselves a lot.
Mine now? Oh, okay. Yeah. It's true, but I feel after a long time, I think 5 months gap, really, this is the 6 month after retirement. So now my voice is good. Actually, previously I had a cough. That's why I said not possible for previous 2 phases. So I thought since this is the last phase and I'm all right. So I thought it will be nice.
But you supported us in the two programs, ma'am.
Oh, yes,
So
of
by
course,
providing the
because the
evident
topic is
research
like,
persons.
yeah, because the topic is like that. So I know people, that's why.
Yeah, yeah.
And
Thank you,
I
thank you.
am following them. I'm reminding them like you, and I'm following them how they are preparing, how they are delivering their thing. Yesterday, I heard full session of M. Lamta madam. So tomorrow also Vaishnavi madam, she wanted me to be there because the day after tomorrow I will be leaving on camp to Mount Abu. So she said, no madam, you must be there when I take session. That's then I said, okay.
Okay, okay, ma'am.
Mm.
Ma'am, it's already 35 members are there. Shall we start, ma'am?
Oh,
Ramasudha,
yeah,
ma'am?
I'm ready.
Ma'am? Okay, okay, ma'am. Manogna,
Yes, madam.
please introduce ma'am to participants.
So before Manognya, you introduce, I just wanted to tell everybody that I am madam's first student.
Yes.
So I take the privilege of, telling everybody that madam was my teacher and I was her first batch student.
Colleague,
And then
later
colleague,
colleague.
then friend, philosopher. She was my friend, philosopher, guide, everything.
Sure.
So she has been guiding us in this STTP also. Thank you very much, madam, for your support.
But what you are organizing is very, very, very essential. I used to tell in the meetings and other conferences. I used to say that because values are first, then comes the education. So I appreciate you people and your team, and especially the department and your team for organizing such a very important STTP.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. And Padma has been my support throughout.
Yeah, when I first heard in the first one, I just remembered I could not stop it. Vijay Santi.
Yes, Vijay Shanti, she
Because
is.
the way when good morning madam, I know how Vijay Santi says. The same way
Yes.
when I heard, I was little shocked.
Yes. Thank you, madam. Thank you.
Thank you, madam.
I think Ramasuda need such people. Definitely, I think you are a team. If you work as a team, nothing stops. I
No,
want to
actually,
see
it's our
electrical
pleasure to be
engineering
with
in a
madam,
big.
madam.
Huh?
It's a pleasure to be with Ramasuda madam, because she will guide us in all aspects.
Yeah, and I want to say, as a teacher and as a colleague, she is full of positivity. She
Yes,
never said negative about anybody, and
yes,
she
madam.
never allowed negativity into her mind. That
Yeah,
is
yeah.
what made her a close friend. Because
Yes, madam.
only
Yes.
one friend I'm having, that is Ramasuda. No one else. I don't have friends here.
Thank
Only
you,
one
madam.
friend.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, madam.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I think Ramasuda is very busy. She has been added with extra duties. I know that.
Yes, yes, ma'am. She's very busy in the university.
Yeah, but she is
No.
capable. Talents must be utilized. It
Yes.
should not be kept.
No, madam. I'm busy because I have supporting people like you.
Yeah.
So that is the reason why I'm here.
We are here to motivate, but you are in the ground now. You are the player of the you are in the field, I must say. So, and you
Thank
are
you, madam.
doing it successfully. I'm
Thank you,
very
madam.
happy, and that we are proud to say that I am having Ramasudha as my friend or student and
Thank you,
everything.
madam. Thanks a lot, madam. Thank you. Okay, Manogya, can you introduce madam?
Manugyan is there.
Yeah, ma'am, she's there. Manogna?
Madam. Yes,
Yeah,
madam, I'm here.
please. Yeah, please.
So, good morning,
Very
all the
little
participants.
introduction, very little.
Madam, to sort from all the vast biodata of yours, it's very impossible, madam.
I should have sent.
I'll try
Okay.
to do it in minimum time, ma'am.
Okay.
Okay, madam. Good morning, Professor Saraswati, madam, and all the participants, and good morning, Padma, madam, and Ramasudha, madam. So, it's my privilege to introduce the speaker, madam, to all the students. So, to start with, madam has about 36 years of experience. She has started her career in Central Electrical Authority, New Delhi, in the area of power planning, thermal power plant auxiliary designing. Then then worked in Geetham Institute of Technology, Visakhapatnam, and University College of Engineering, JNTU University, Kakinada, Vijayanagaram from 2013 onwards. She has published over 30 papers in national and international conferences and journals. In her career, she has served as a vice principal, head of the department, and board of studies member, and a CSC member, convener in a University College of Engineering. And the list goes on, as madam has told. She has been as a coordinator for different seminars, and she was chairman, BOS member, chief superintendent, and she has prepared many software programs on different electrical related problems in Central Electrical Authority, New Delhi. Madam has organized many lectures, workshops, national symposium in her career. She has represented the department for APSC visit partly as in charge HOD. She represented the department for MHRD, Government of India, as HOD. And if I go on, the list goes on. Thank you, madam, for being with us, madam. I hand over to Padma, madam, ma'am.
But just you forgot one. I think I haven't mentioned it. I worked as a principal. As a principal, with that experience, I took this topic. University college. Why I took this topic is only with as a experience as a principal.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Uh, so, once again, good morning, participants. And Madam Saraswati
Thank you.
ma'am, so
Good
very
morning.
happy and I'm very happy and glad to be part of this. So as many eminent persons, we requested to give the sessions. We in the same way we also requested Saraswati ma'am. So she's a very good uh, eminent personality, and who supports in all aspects, as well as who gives service to the society. So even after retirement also, so madam is giving a good service. So thank you so much, ma'am. And so now I request Saraswati ma'am to motivate our participants on the topic educational attitude. So please carry on, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Padma. I'll share my PPT.
Yes, ma'am.
It is taking time. What it is sharing? Okay. I think you are able to see the PPT.
Yes, ma'am. PPT is visible, ma'am.
Okay, I'm putting in slide presentation now.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, ma'am.
I don't know why it is so slow. Okay. Good morning, everybody.
Ma'am,
Um,
sorry for interrupting you, ma'am.
yeah,
As I have a lab,
sure,
so
sure,
if you don't mind, Manogna will accompany with you.
sure. Because 2 hours session, so till 11:30, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Up to 11:30.
Thank you.
Yeah.
You
Okay, ma'am.
carry
Thank
on
you.
with your work.
Yeah, yeah, okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay. So it is okay. It is giving me a little trouble. Slow. You are presenting. Okay. Yes. Manugya, will you?
Uh, okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, na? Okay. So, good morning
Visible.
to this session, Mastering Self Motivation and Attitude, Art of Living. And I am Dr. G. Saraswati. So, I'm going to present educational attitude. Actually, education about attitude, that's what I mean to say. But because attitude is a vast subject, so I want to confine to you and me. That is our area, that is education. That's why we are calling it as educational attitude. So what I'm going to tell is what is an attitude, how do I get one or we get one. So before that, I want to tell a small story. So generally we give gifts. So a lady got parrot as a gift from somebody. She likes birds, so she liked that parrot with beautiful green color and very beautiful. Of that parrot is of 6 months old, and she felt happy and she took home. And she wanted to teach because parrots can speak our language, human language. So she wanted to teach. But the thing is, parrot know already what to talk. But her usage of words are very hard and rude, and she used to shout. Are you able to hear? So the
Yes, ma'am.
parrot used to be in a way that unruly behavior. So this lady got frustrated and she doesn't know how to correct that parrot. Means she wanted to teach soft words and manners and all. Yes. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Ma'am,
I
voice is okay, ma'am.
yes,
Okay,
ma'am.
na because repeated echo. I heard some echo. That's why I'm doubtful.
ఓకే
So
ఓకే అంటే ఏదైనా టూ సిస్టమ్స్ ఏమైనా ఆన్ చేశారా మేడం?
నేనేమి టూ సిస్టమ్స్ ఆన్ చేయలేదు. బట్ ఓకే, మొబైల్ నుంచి వెళ్ళాను వాట్సాప్ వెబ్లో పెట్టి. తెలుగు వచ్చు కదా వీళ్ళందరికీ.
యా
ఐ
యా
థింక్
మ్యామ్.
I gone through all names and they are mostly except one person, Sahu, maybe.
ఎస్
uh, huh?
మ్యామ్, సమ్ ఆర్ ఫ్రమ్ గుజరాత్ మ్యామ్. ఒక ఇద్దరు ముగ్గురు గుజరాత్లో గుజరాత్ నుంచి ఉన్నారు. గోవా
Okay,
నుంచి కూడా ఒకరిద్దరు ఉన్నారు.
okay, no problem. But they are Telugu, I can say. But
యా,
even
మోస్ట్ ఆఫ్
then,
ద పీపుల్ ఆర్ తెలుగు.
I can speak only English. If at all I use Hindi or Sanskrit, if
ఓకే
it is necessary.
ఓకే మ్యామ్.
Okay,
ఓకే.
I'm telling about the parrot story and the parrot's attitude. So
ఎస్ ఎస్.
the parrot learned bad words and rude words from her previous owner. So when this lady wanted to correct it, it was not accepting. and everyone tried in the house to correct the parent behavior, but it never accepted, and it started more shouting and more unruly behavior and more hard words, and you can't hear such words. That was the behavior. So she got frustrated. So she kept that parrot in the fridge. I want to tell, it may look unruly, but birds can withstand temperature from 4 degrees centigrade too. So naturally, even I have seen parrots flying in when there is a snowfall. So no problem. But she got frustrated, and she kept the parrot. Means the lady kept parrot in the fridge. Then the parrot is shouting and all, and beating the door. But suddenly it stopped. Within a few minutes, it stopped. Silence. Then this lady got frightened. What happened to parrot? So she opened the door, and she extended her hand to catch the parrot. Calmly, the parrot walked onto her hand and said, "Sorry, my behavior was unruly and my language was not proper. Here afterwards, I will maintain the dignity and I don't use bad words. Never, I will be all right with you and everything." So that's what the parrot says. Then she got shocked. Then she says, "How you are?" That's what she wanted to ask. The lady wanted to ask that question, how it happened. Immediately, means the parrot is telling continuously what happened, what the chicken did. That's what it said. You might have understood with this what the chicken did, because the parrot saw the chicken which was ready to cook in the fridge. In the freezer, it saw the chicken, and it understood that if we don't behave properly, then the same thing may happen to her. So that freezer treatment has changed the attitude of the parrot. So sometimes, for some people, parents, when what they do, they will put into a dark room if the child does not follow their instructions or whatever may be. So then they'll, as a punishment, they'll put him in the storeroom or a dark room or in a bathroom to teach him a lesson. So here afterwards, I will use this word freezer treatment. So for that purpose only, I told this story. I'm saying when the parrot misbehavior is uncontrollable and her rude words are not controllable, then the owner of that parrot put her into a freezer to avoid that nuisance for some time, means like a minute. Then the parrot corrected herself by saying the chicken, frightening about her life, she changed her attitude. So that is the ultimate change, you know. So actually, what is an attitude? How you get? So my next slide, how I'm going to present this. That is, I'll define attitude, and I'll tell about the attitude types, and how the attitude will be influenced, and how the attitude affects yourself and the others, and how to correct. All these things I'll tell in coming slides. So the definition, general definition, there are many definitions. It is a complex mental state involving beliefs, involving feelings, involving values, involving dispositions to act in a certain ways. Means actually, attitude in Hindi will say sanskara. What sanskara you are having? how you are behaving. So that sanskara will be framed with our beliefs, belief system, and our feelings about people. So some things are acquired attitudes, some things are inherited attitudes. So beliefs generally, those will be there in the societies and families. So that will be followed to us naturally by birth. We will inherit because our parents are doing morning, early morning. They are getting up and they are doing meditation or yoga, whatever maybe. Then they'll in time they'll sit. All of them sit together and have a breakfast and all these things. So these people follow the same sanskar because no one told them to behave like that. But it is the belief everyone is doing, and you are also following. And others' feelings, if you are get hurt, you know, once you are hurt means your attitude about those people will change. See, I thought he's my good friend, but he is behaving like this. No, here afterwards I should not make. So your attitude towards that friend will change, and values, because in our society generally will run with values only. So with those values you will have some attitude, means we are supposed to behave in a good way, dispositions to act in certain ways, means actually you are supposed to act in a certain way when according to the requirement. So that is also an attitude. This is one definition by Princeton University, and there are other definitions. Okay, medical definitions, because the two books are giving they mentioned in a different way, but both are same. So that's why I gave 1 2 3 1 2 3. So the arrangement of parts of the body posture. That means, if someone is saying that bad words on you, but they are elders, so you don't want to return in the same way, but you are with your posture and your movements, you will convey your displeasure. So that is the posture. With your posture, you are conveying that you are not liking those things. So that is one attitude. Sometimes, if someone is telling good words also, but you are bored of, then your behavior will tell you are not interested. So that is the posture. That is also one attitude. And mental position with regard to a fact or a state, a feeling or emotion towards a fact or state. So actually, you are having a pre-concluded, pre-programmed states in your mind that this man took, we know these are the politicians, politicians, why they contest for elections by spending so much of money to get it written. No one will be honest. These are the your pre-programmed things in our mind about some people. So that is our attitude towards politicians. Generally, most of the people think about them or some revenue generated post and all these things. You will think that a what you say, commotion, what your commotion will be with them. All these means your reactions tells, expresses your attitude. That is one thing. An organismic state of readiness to respond in a characteristic way to a stimulus. That is, suppose if there is an object or a concept or a situation, means the it will be recycled one is productive in a sense. Means suppose something is happening and you are reacting, and someone supports and you are reacting, and someone add to that again you are reacting, means they are becoming counterproductive. So your attitude is not changing about that situation. I'll tell with examples, but these are general definitions. That's why I'm telling, because otherwise my time will be in this only, because there are other slides with theories. So what the thing is, your attitude is not changing, your attitude is becoming more strong and strong and strong. So that is the uh, kind of attitude. There are many more, but I took general things. So in this another book, they told about position of the body and limbs, manner of acting, that is a mental position, and this is counterproductive. That is social or critical psychology, a relatively stable and enduring predisposition to behavior or react in a certain way toward people, objects, institutions, or institutes. Means you are supposed to behave in a uh, described way. Suppose a prime minister is going, then we'll say protocol. When there is a protocol, he may feel to touch a old man, but as a prime minister or a president, he should not touch somebody. So he will pose and he will rise his head and go. That is one attitude. So these are all different attitudes, but I am concentrating on our uh, session. So showing attitude, that is what I mean to discuss. So people show attitude, so that is a virus that can be contagious. I gave a medical thing because nowadays we are having coronavirus, how we are threatened by it, because we can't see it, but we are being affected by that virus. So if you show attitude, it also be like that only, but it's not harmful. You can make it in a different way. You can present yourself in a different way, but the attitude must be different than what you are doing. That's what I want to say. But I'm not here to take classes. I'm here to treat positively. I'm not against anybody. I love my students. So I love my colleagues. So I had a very good relations with everyone. Never had any problems. So a virus that can be contagious has a needless cure. Needless cure means there is no need of medicine to cure that attitude. It can be modified the easy or the hard way. Means easy means you can change yourself, or the hard way means freezer way. And it has identifiable strands or warning signs. These attitudes, suppose if you are, say, if you are angry, so that is identifiable. So whatever may be our attitudes, they are identifiable and it will warn us. So nothing to change. So all these aspects I am going to discuss today. Then what are the bad strands of the attitude virus? First, bad strands means we have to identify. So the teapot means the attitude means, suppose you respect your teacher or parents or elders, but you don't know what their lessons means. They are giving you some lesson, you don't like it, and you are keeping in your heart, and some means you can keep that until some time only. Once it is filled, then it will blows out. All of a sudden you will blow out. So naturally, what happened when you are cool? People think that you are following them. You are following their advice, whatever may be. But all of a sudden, if you blow, then the whole thing, what you got, that good opinion, suddenly it will be converted into a bad thing. That should be changed. So this is teapot and the Mr. and Miss Universe wields quality like a weapon. This attitude is, suppose you are talented in one field. Suppose if you got, means I as a principal, I faced this. So suppose one person got a good medal in some sports. Then he says that I should be selected in job because I got medal. But the job, those who came for placements, they want some things in students. They are having some expectations. If there are 2 3 people who are meeting that expectation, then they may choose this person with that uh, medal. Since naturally he is having extra. But if he's not meeting all those things, but he want to show only that medal, then he should be treated well. That is not possible. That's not possible. In Telugu, people say that అదేంటి పిండికి పిడుగుకి అర్జున ఫల్గుణ. You can't say that. For good and for bad, everything you want to use this thing. My uncle is so and so. My aunt is so and so. I got this. I got that. Okay, very good. You got those things. But for this, you need some other thing. So that attitude will harm you. Means actually you have to create opinion. You have to climb the CD. Naturally you have to be in good terms with people. You have to be in good terms with people. Then only you can rise. So if you want to rise by using all these steps of ladder, naturally you should be good with people. If someone is shouting and using bad words, who likes it? No one likes. So how because to have such behavior, there are many factors involved. Sometimes I used to struggle. I can't blame that student because he's brought up, his society, his friends, many things will influence his behavior and his attitude. But the person before me is suffering with because of all these people, and I can't sacrifice my rules. I used to have a mental class. What is happening? He is a very nice man, but he's a spoiled child. I can't help him because I can't go against rules. But I'm feeling sorry about him. What can I do? See, these are the struggles which made me to prepare this. Naturally, we know that all are good. There will be some bad effects on people. That's why they behave like that. Otherwise, every individual is a good individual. No one will be bad. No one is born bad. That you must remember. All are good. But what attitudes we are developing, unknowingly we are being influenced by the society or by friends, by family members, whatever may be your surroundings, because these things cannot be taught. So that's why how to recognize those bad things. So I want you to recognize and change. That's all. You can rise to any heights. I studied my BE in 1976. I joined in 1976. That time, no girls. Girls doing engineering is something. Everyone, engineering. Abhailaga engineering. So they used to say that. But I thought I am also capable. I must show it. Why can't I study engineering being a girl? Yes, I can study. I can do job. Let them give hard jobs. I can do it. That's what I used to think. So it is the thinking that is important. If you are optimistic, if you are positive in attitude, naturally you can change. But that thing will come into our discussion later. But one by one I am handing. So with your quality in one thing you use and you don't bother about other things. But in engineering you will have engineering, electrical engineering subjects, mechanical engineering subjects, civil engineering subjects. But you can't say that I'm an electrical engineering student, I just want to study them only. Then you don't get your degree. You must be all rounder. And the resistant strand. We are adamant in our attitudes. We never like change. But because I wrote my degrees, not others. Why I told later, but in that there is an MBA. So change is constant. change in life is constant. You are not like when you are born. You are growing up. So that is change. Change is constant. Change always there. So, but people doesn't like to change. Suppose if they say that no, morning timings are changed. Now you come this way. A Saturday is not holiday. Here afterwards come on Saturdays also. Then you don't like it. That is the resistant strand. You are adamant to change. And not my jobber. Madam told the class CR to bring assignments. Why should I bring? It's not my job. CR will take all those assignment books and submit to the master. That is the narrow-mindedness. Then how you are different from others? Okay, CR is responsible. If the madam says everyone come and submit, then you are supposed to go. Why CR? So naturally, if you keep on saying that it's not my job, then in totality, suppose you are cooking, someone is putting rice, someone is lighting the gas and all, and someone means mother forgot to tell that you have to put water also. So whatever is told to you, you will do that, but you don't add water. Then whether it will become rice. Yes. Eatable white rice? No, because there is no water in it. So never say not my job. You are supposed to think as a team. Family. It is our job. It is our duty. So that totalness is missing. So that not my jobber is also a bad strand of attitude. And the rumor monger, we used to call as BBCs. If I don't like that person, they should not get all good marks. He should not be a topper, or he should not get a reward, or he should not be a important person. So he will spread rumor around. No, he last time he got that he got bad name and he dropped. He's a dropout. He's in a topper. He's not a topper. He is doing Chanchagiri. He is not capable of that. All these things they spread. With any story. That is also a bad attitude, rumor monger. Uncommitted, which is not pardonable. Uncommitted means you are told to do certain work, or suppose your mother say that bring some vegetables when you go out. Simply don't care. You told I heard, what is that? I had brought, what is that? You will tell these words. It will not be counted as a good attitude. You are not committed. Forget about mother and family members. You are not committed in the college for which you joined to get a degree. So that is also not correct. And another, there are many bad strands. Another is chicken little. That is, you always try to know, see, Viva is there, and this madam or sir making me sit in this chair, they'll bombard me. I can't answer. You are giving up always. You sit, whatever you know, you tell. What is wrong in it? One cannot be 100%. Whatever you know, you express. What is the harm in it? If you say, I don't know, there is no guarantee that you will know every thing. No, not possible. Many times it is not possible. But you always afraid. So whatever you know, you are not able to present. Because he will give me 0, It is waste. So you will stop your mind and you stop your thinking and sit idle and go. For that, you don't get any marks. Next, there are, because they are nameable strands, sky falling, all these things. These are without name. So, in your studies, you have to do as a team. In sports, also, you have to do as a team. In jobs, also, you have to do as a team. But you always say, I want to do myself. You are not a team player. So when you are a team player, you have to give something and you have to get something. It's a give and take job, and it is an understanding job. Some may be efficient to do something, some may not be efficient to do something. But it is not my job is also not correct. If you don't involve yourself in a team, is not also correct. And if you are told, no, do, you will do minimum only. As if you act that you are doing. So that does the minimum. See, I haven't written all these things. These attitudes, everything. That's why I said it is an authentic presentation. In the last, it will be mentioned from where it has been taken. These are all authentic. I am not telling on my own. With my experience, I am telling. But these are authentic. Remember, don't take it negatively. But these are the attitudes most of us are having, and you are disrespectful. As a student, you are supposed to respect your teachers, your elders. As an individual, you have to respect your elders. You have to love your youngers, means those who are younger than you, either in the family or in the college or in the workplace. You must be respectable. Respect and smile, it enhances your presence or your character. But if you are disrespectful and insubordinate, suppose your boss or your teacher says to do something, they are entitled to say that, but you don't do. If boss says, I did not do, I don't do, means you are disregarding your boss. That's not correct. That is also showing attitude, a strand of showing attitude. And you are pessimist sometimes. I'm not saying you all, because I'm saying as an example. Some of these things we all are having, I know that. Pessimist expects bad outcomes. I wrote in the meaning of it, dictionary meaning of it. You always think pessimistic. If you approach with pessimistic attitude, you can't be successful, because you are already assumed that you will fail with a pessimistic attitude. Then how you pass? Then you can't blame the examination authorities, or in that the paper setter also comes and the paper validator also comes and the results announcer also comes. They don't have any role, because you are the person who destined your outcome. And always negative. People doesn't like negative people. You have to say good thing. May the outcome may be different, but at least you don't kill them in advance. Because some person goes and writes examination, and if he comes, I'm not I'm not satisfied, I haven't done as per my expectations and all, you will fail. He will fail after some time when results are out, but you are failing him now onwards, means he will lose his confidence, self-confidence. So these are the things, to never be negative and unhappy. This happy if you smile, if you are happy, then people say that she is looking like Lakshmi Devi. That smile makes her as Lakshmi Devi. Otherwise, I can't see her face. That is the reaction if you are unhappy. Unhappy face does not smile. Unpleasantness also same thing. These are all attitudinal problems. There are some more. They don't offer they don't offer solutions. Suppose someone comes to you that I want your suggestion or how to solve this. Ah, I don't want to do. You said somebody. So these are the answers. They, if you can do it, or else if you can't, you can say it. And surely, yes, you are unfriendly. You never accept anybody as a friend. You are doubtful, so you will be unfriendly and tardy, delaying. If you are given a work, last minute, madam, please give me one more day. I'll submit my assignment. You are keep on postponing. Delaying means postponing. And gossipy. 2, 3 people sit, they'll do gossips. I need not tell about what is gossip. And clock watcher, if the teacher takes extra time, you keep on seeing the clock. You are reminding the teacher that your time is over. Suppose the topic is at the end, he wanted to complete, or he wanted to wait until the other teacher comes. So that is his botherization. Why you see the clock? Means you are not following the lesson. You are observing the time. That is also bad attitude. Pramadana. That is temperamental. Temperament. Young generation, they are having this. You can't expect from elderly people, temperament, but anger. So that temperament is the attitude you show. That is also another bad stand. And if someone is questioning you, then you will be defensive. You will blame that mistake. You might have done some mistake. What is wrong in accepting? Or if you don't want to accept it, maintain the calmness. But what you do is you will throw that mistake on somebody. Or you give some other reason. Because of that it happened. So that is unnecessary thing. Because they are worried that mistake about that mistake, and you are defensive. And otherwise you will be argumentative. You will keep on arguing. Many things, these are all attitudinal problems. Still. So these are the books. This actually author name. It has been taken from. Same things are mentioned by 3 authors. So one author name is written. And another is work to rule. You don't stay for some more time. If the master says that you wait, no. Time over, madam, 5 o'clock by project. What happened to that? The master is or madam is sitting on some other thing. They want some more time to discuss with you on your project. No, you don't sit. Time up. I want to go. That is also not correct because that is your work or a combined work. Abrasive, harsh. You'll be harsh with people, rude with people, confrontational means you always fight with people, disruptive. You'll spoil the works, inflexible. You don't suppose something, some help or somebody, something wanted extra thing, but you don't accept it. You are inflexible and sarcastic. These are all the strands of bad attitude. Then what are the consequences? There are many bad strands which are important we have collected. And what are the consequences? Also many, but important. So erosion of team spirit. If there is a bad strand of attitude in a team, then there will be erosion of team spirit. Morale suffers, feelings get hurt, and your performance will be poor, means results will be poor. Your reputation suffers, and there will be a frustration because the others can't work with you. There will be a frustration because you are not doing, then others have to complete. Suppose in a project, final year project, you all do as a team. But if you are not doing, the remaining persons will do. Because ultimately you have to complete your degree. So that is the frustration. So this virus spreads, if someone recognizes that, oh, this man hasn't worked on the project, but he too got marks. Huh? So ऐसा भी चलता है. It can happen. So that's even I do in the same way. Why to do all those works? So the virus spreads. That bad attitude virus spreads. You are not a good example. So naturally, since others are doing your work, the communication suffers. Your attitude makes enemies. You make your enemies. Naturally, communication suffers. You will fight, you will be counter. Many bad strands we have discussed. So naturally, you will have a bad, means your impression on you will be very bad in the society or in the institution or in the workplace or in the family. So if you do such things, what stamp you will get? They will put a stamp on you and ignore you. Still some more are there. Outcome suffers. Suppose you are not. Suppose there is a workplace. A job must be done. Means job means one product has to be done in parts. So each workshop will do a part of it. So ultimately, it will be assembled at the end and it will go. Suppose one workshop, because of you, it is not working properly, then there will be pile up of other things, but finished product cannot be come out because your part is left over. You are not able to complete your product, and you are also frustrated. I want to say your attitude affects first you only, not others. Others they'll put a stamp and leave you. But your attitude make you suffer. It will give bad reputation, bad name, and you lose marks, or you may fail subjects, or in jobs you may lose career. Sometimes you may lose job also. Or in colleges they may send you out with a TC. We are in the society who must go along with the people. Many times you are observing, people talks about rights. Rights, see, this is my right. I'm having the right to free speech. Okay, you are having a right to freely express your opinion, but at the same time, it should not hurt others. Then that will be a crime. The same constitution says that. So you are free to do anything is not possible when you are living in a society. You are bounded by a discipline. A discipline. Discipline, why discipline? Because everyone will be happy in that disciplined world. Morning you will get up and you will have your breakfast or coffee or something and you go to work whatever studies or the jobs or housework, whatever may be. And then afternoon you'll eat something to gain energy. And in the evening you all sit together and go outing, do outing and all to relax and take rest. So this is the disciplined world, you are having a discipline of life. So when you are a disciplined person, then how you say that whatever I'm telling is it's my wish? How you say that? No? In a society, I want to say one more thing when crackdown talk is coming. An institution, a college is to give degrees. Ultimately, a student will come out with a degree which is useful for society in promoting his life and give a happy happiness to his family and to the country. He will be helpful to country. That is the attitude when we frame the syllabus and all. So for that, if you take that degree as a building, then the pillars we call as stakeholders. One stakeholder is your parent. Main stakeholder, there are many. I want to tell about only main. So parents are stakeholders which are helping you financially to achieve that degree. And the teachers which are teaching you to get that degree. And the third one is the syllabus, the degree syllabus. You will be qualified with that. If by studying that and qualifying that means you will appear examinations, you will be stamped that yes, you are qualified to have this degree. So that system. And the fourth one is the college, which is providing the facilities. There are many others, there are those who are taking you with your qualification. Many, that's why I'm saying just college, I'm talking. So all these are there to help you to get eligible degree and a qualified degree, but you have to qualify more and more to get a good job as per your expectations. Many degree holders will be there, but eligible degree holders will be few for employment. We call them as employable graduates. So employable graduates are very few. That is the problem. You are having degrees in your hand, but you are not employable because you are failing in competitive examinations, you are failing in interviews, you are not prepared well, and you want to go do crash courses. What it will help? You are there with those four pillars and utilize properly. You are not doing that. You will do all such other things what I have shown. So the consequence is management is there which is providing infrastructure. So to crack down because of perceived dissatisfaction, because they try to means with counselors, with teachers and all, they will try to improve your level, but you are dissatisfied or you are making them dissatisfied. And paranoia issues means mental issues. You are having some mental things that means maybe some mental issues, that also. Then they will say, no, no, take this boy away. We are giving TC. Because that will not be possible. With these issues, means this sentence will not make you to further your studies. So that is the problem. Once, if you are continuously misbehaving and continuously behaving in a different way, then they can't make you sit with other students because they will be disturbed. So they will send you out. So, what are these? Why these the problems are? Remember, attitudinal problems. So, at this stage, management has to crack down. Only freezer effect may help. Even that also they will try. I know that. Beyond that, they'll say that take him away. Take him or her. I am not saying that. But I want to say now the positive part. So far, I want you to identify what are the bad strands, what are the consequences of those. Now I'm saying how the attitudes will be changed or influenced, or whatever maybe. So I want to say good news about it and bad news about it. Good news is that's why I put smile. Attitudes may either influence behaviors or be influenced by behaviors. So if you make your behavior properly, naturally your attitude also will be improved. Or reverse, your behavior attitude is changed, then naturally your behavior also changes because there are some different kinds of attitudes. That's why both vice versa. So that is means there is a chance. But remember, bad news is you can't treat them medically. There is no pill, means no tablet to treat your attitude. Right? I don't know what is the time. I'm continuing. Okay. So there are official theories because there are many. I want to be because I thought it will be uh, understanding. Is there anyone who is using their phone is ringing? The official theories on attitudinal change. Persuasive communication works. I'm going to tell about these two. Means persuading, communicating. Means persuading through communication. And balance theory. Balance theory is something I'll tell you. And cognitive consistency means consistency to be consistent with your thinking process. Means if you alert yourself to be consistent, you should not deviate. Yes, that is cognitive consistency. And cognitive dissonance means actually at some point you'll accept all these things. I'll explain in detail. And then planned behavior and congruent theory. So these congruity theory, these things are first persuasive communication. Changes, I told you all are authentic. I'm not telling my own. That's why don't take it lightly. Madam principal, madam or vice principal, madam head, madam or professor, madam, she will tell like that. No, it's not like that. I just left all those things on the day of retirement. I am just more worried about students because I might have handled more than 30,000 students in my career. So I feel that I know what are their problems. I say their problems only, their attitudes I don't say because I feel that they are very good students. Changes in attitudes can result in the absence of or presence of rewards. So if appreciation is there, you may not be a negative. If your work is appreciated, if your performance is appreciated or rewarded, naturally you will be positive. Naturally, that negative thing will change into positive. But many a times, for kids you do that appreciation, rewards and all. In colleges, they will give rewards on a planned way. Yes, every month, year, topper will get the medal, maybe degree topper or a year topper or a semester topper or any competitive sports or education. So they'll get rewards. That is common. But if you have invented something or if you have presented a very good paper, if you are rewarded, because that is very special, then you will feel, oh, sabbath. If there is no reward, what you have to do is, there is a saying, there won't be anyone to appreciate you. you appreciate yourself by raising your hand and patting your back, saying shabash, shabash, shabash. Means what you have to do is you just raise your hand and pat your back, saying, "Yeah, I have done a good thing, shabash." That will raise your spirit, And second is acceptance or resistance to an attitude or opinion is dependent on the incentives, rewards that are offered in communication with those involved. Hmm? Sometimes your acceptance or resistance to an attitude or an opinion, hmm, that the previous point means rewards on incentives and rewards. If it is dependent on incentive, otherwise you'll in Telugu will say alugu, alagadam. So naturally you should not be indifferent with them. So that type of theory is there. And next is balance theory. When beliefs are unbalanced, actually people are emotional sometimes. That's when beliefs are unbalanced, there is a disruption in equilibrium of a system and then pressure to change attitudes. Means you are having some beliefs in yourself, and if that is not balanced, hmm, naturally your system will be disturbed. So the two main factors that affect balance are sentiment and unity. You are a people are sentimental, they will have some liking, they'll approve something, they admire somebody. And unity, that is similarity, proximity, membership. So everyone is having the same thing. If I'm a IEEE member, everyone, there are many faculty members who are having that membership. So if we combinedly do that, that is something. But if some are doing and ignoring somebody, naturally that will disturb the balance. Similarly, sentiments can be seen only in family, but workplace and colleges, very limitedly they'll see the sentiments. So if one sir if you like and the other sir is not like, then they'll feel hurt. So you should not. Then you should be very tactical in not expressing. You might be having in your heart, but don't express it. And you admire everyone because you joined with zero knowledge in engineering, but all faculty are helping you to acquire knowledge and giving you a degree when you leave out. So some knowledge you acquired, so be thankful to them. That is more important. That will balance. Then consistency. People will try to. I don't know why it is being disturbed. There is nothing in my mobile. Ringing sound.
Yes, madam. Venkatesh sir. Venkatesh Kuchulapati. He should mute his mic, madam.
Something I
Yes,
am
madam. He is on
feeling
mute.
something disturbing. What
Mm,
happened? I don't know.
by mistake, his mic is on, madam, I think. So
Uh-huh.
now he is in mute. You can continue, madam.
I think people are following. If 15, 10 minutes, if it crosses, no problem. Na?
Okay, madam. No problem. I mean, next session will start, madam. So it would be better.
Wind up. Yeah.
Uh,
Because if
Next
I
session
see
is
other
around 11:45, madam.
uh,
So we can continue till 11:30, madam.
11:30 kada, no problem. Okay. By then
Okay.
it will go. So consistency, I'm saying, means you should be consistent. People will try to maintain consistency among their beliefs and make changes when this does not occur. So when there is a consistency, means these are the theories. People want to behave in a similar way. Huh? Sometimes if they something is changed, if suppose two neighbors are there, one neighbor is not behaving properly, then this man also will change. So that is, otherwise both are friendly, so they maintain consistent relations. So that is the consistency. Dissonance means actually lack of agreement. When there is a conflict among beliefs, naturally attitude changes. If there is a, if someone says something I don't like it, then we don't see our faces. So that also happens. And planned behavior, attitude influence behavior along with two other factors. That is perception of social norms and beliefs about one's personal ability to perform a specific behavior. Means behavior how it influences attitude is social norms are there. You will respect and you will follow those social norms. That is one thing. Other is you will accept others' ability. Suppose Ramasuda madam is my student, I should not feel that no, my student, how she will be great. No, she is more than me now. I really wholeheartedly feel happy. I feel proud. Means that her ability may not be in many of her abilities, but you have to accept it. Next, this is something. Congruity theory means that is point of agreement. I wrote the meaning of it. So assumes attitudes are simplistic and tend toward extremes. Uh, means suppose you are having, if this is like this, your reaction will be like this. That is your character. Your character about reacting on some specific things. Sometimes it goes to extremes also. I don't like bad people. That may be my mother or a father or my brother. I'll say these words. So that may lead to extremes. So you should not be assumed attitudes. Assumes that if a liked and disliked object becomes related, huh, the feeling toward both will become neutralized. This is another way. That is one thing is not good and other thing is good. So if I add them two, it is okay for me. If someone is not good, okay, the other person is good, okay, I'll allow them. So that is the neutral effect. And so these are the theories I told. Now, creating positive attitude in the environment, then internal. That is there the things ends. So creating a positive attitude in the institution, that is a vaccination. We so far we virus. Now it is vaccination. So lead, teach, support by example. Be a new positive cure. So positive attitude. Suppose the others are not doing properly and you want to correct them. So to correct them first, you have to correct yourself. You should be correct. So you lead it, you teach them, you support. Don't say that you are like this. No, never say that. Never hurt anybody who are not proper. By hurting, you can't make them proper. Many of the teachers they do this. I don't like it. They never encourage it. Don't encourage such things. Students, our colleagues, our elders, because we don't have any trained way of doing things. We are doing, but there is a margin to correct ourselves. So when if you want to correct them because that is not suitable to our environment, so if you want to correct them, you can correct in a friendly manner. That is lead, teach, support by an example. Be a new positive cure. Another is for yourself or others, your voice, both internal and external, needs to be that of an antibiotic. It should be like an antibiotic. Your attitude, your voice, whatever you speak. Remember, it should be internally or externally, whatever you say. You're saying something and feeling something, that should not be there. Both should be same. Then it will act like an antibiotic for that virus. So you should be truthful. Next is don't support or listen to winning. Hmm? Winning means, that they'll tell about some mountains, but I will avoid that thing. So people try to tell bad things and propagate something and go on telling something. As a principal, I used to face this with my colleagues, non-teaching staff. They want to complain on somebody. Complaining, winning means here it is complain only. They keep on complaining. So complaining you discourage first of all. You verify on your own what is happened, what has happened, who is who. If you encourage one person on complaining, then naturally there will be other person to complain. If you can't solve it, so don't support or listen to winning. And you are living in a society, you are working in an environment, you are studying in an institution. So try to find the positive for everyone. There will be one positive. There is a movie dialogue, There will be one positive which will make you friend. Every person is having positivity and negativity. So at least there will be one positive thing which will make him acceptable to you. So you search for positivity. If you see negativity only, then you can't make friendship. You can't adjust with those people. Don't be like that, because ours is a teamwork. We are sort of living in a society. So see only the positive in everyone. And dump the drama. All it does is sell copies. People do dramas. They'll cook cock and bull stories. They'll tell many things to you. In Hindi, people say "Ratti भर का सत्य नहीं है." Not a particle, sand particle size truth will be there in that drama. You dump all those dramas into a dustbin. Otherwise, they will spread like a germ. And continuing with that, recognize, support, and teach quarantine procedures. You know what is quarantine nowadays. So if you are being with negative attitude or something, you try to recognize it and you support yourself and you teach yourself or somebody also. I'm saying only yourself, but you can do for the others also. But they should not recognize that you are teaching them. And try to generally we students level they'll do these things. They'll try to cover their bad things such that the professor should not identify those things. Don't cover bad things. You try to change those bad things of them. Suppose if he is alcoholic, if the student became alcoholic and abstaining classes. I remember one student. He used to drink in the morning itself, and he could not come to the classroom, even he used to fall in the ground itself. So the teacher used to say, "You are spoiling the environment of the college and you are giving a bad example. Parents are coming, you go." And we informed the father also. Father also could not say anything because he don't tell that when he leave the house, very good boy. When he reaches the college, he is full nasha. He could not walk because he used to drink that country liquor. So you can't save that person. So then we have sent him for this thing, psychiatric treatment. Why he is taking that liquor? What for he is taking? Because he is so young, he is still student. What made him to do such things? He wanted to support him. Suppose if he could not understand the subject, okay, arrange extra special classes for him only. So such a thing means recognizing. We did. Somehow he completed his degree and he's a assistant professor now. Remember, I said, "Are you teaching?" Once I saw him, I said, "What you are teaching? Are you teaching yourself?" No, no, no. How people become bad, I know better than anybody. So I am teaching them not to do such thing. I am able to identify if they do, because we may not be able to identify such things, but he can identify. That is the thing, you know. And discourage retrovirus submissions. This is Alice in Wonderland. There is a scene. Means I haven't studied fully, but there is a scene in Mad Hatter. Uh, but there is a conversation between this Alice character and that Mad Hatter character, because that Mad has been given the name. Otherwise, his name is Hatter. So there is a conversation. Alice says that in life we have to learn through study. Means what are the good things and what are the bad things. Why to study such thing? He comments in a peculiar way. So then she says that we should know what are the things we are doing wrong ourselves, or else those who are doing good things, copy them. He says copy word is doesn't like. Copy means you are not doing the correct thing. Copy is wrong, you know. So he catches those phrases to avoid his correction. So he will say such things. Then she says that at least by copying we can do good thing first time. Then we will learn by experience. So such a thing means they don't want lazy people to give such retrovirus submissions. That is why do you ultimately we have to come to this point. That's why we don't need to do that thing. Means they keep on arguing. They will have some beautiful answers to our because we want to move them and let them do some work, but they don't want to leave that cot. But they say beautiful things such that they need not leave that cot. They want to sleep, lay down. So that is discourage retroversal. Don't allow such conversations. Let them get up and go and do it. Or they have to do it on your thing. Then promote antiviral acknowledgements. So to promote antiviral acknowledgements, actually, I don't have such time. If this is a direct offline, then we will do such things. List the 10 best things about studying here. You are studying in a college, or you are working in a college, or you are working in a workplace. Then why you are working over there, which will make you feel boosted. So work list out those 10 things. Why I studied in Andhra University? Because Andhra University I liked. It is first thing is I am from Vizag and it is there in the Vizag. In those days, there no transport, no hostels, nothing. So that was the first thing. Okay, this is there in our Vizag because very poor family, so they can't afford. First thought was that, but Andhra University was great, and if you get degree, it is more valuable. And the third thing, beautiful staff, very knowledgeable staff. That is especially in the electrical engineering department. So I applied only for that branch. So that is how, the 10 things you list out, which will means motivate you. Naturally, you will be get pumped up. Means they are like vitamins to you. Then you will be smiling, be happy. Okay, this is something. Now I bad stands over and consequences over and positive environment over. Now it is about yourself. So tips for improving your own attitude. You have to you want to improve your attitude, then you should avoid the negative elements which will be obstructable to improve your attitude. That is, don't associate with the people who have hostile attitudes. You might get infected. So, water and vinegar analogy, that is what I want to tell. So, water, suppose take a half glass of water and half glass of vinegar, they look alike. You know, vinegar, white vinegar and water, both are same. You can drink water. Suppose this vinegar is mixed in the water, you can't drink because that is getting vinegar taste, though it is looking like a water. So that's why you will get infected. Don't associate it with hostile attitude people. Remember other patients. You are a patient because you want to improve your attitude. Because I am teaching in a medical way. So you are giving treatment for virus. So there are others also. So remember other patients. That is your friends. Practice optimism and positive self-talk. That is the inner voice. You have to be optimist. Now I'll tell you why I wrote my name with 4 degrees. BE, ME, PhD, all in electrical, and MBA. See, in those days, I want to tell this positive talk, optimism, that is more important. There won't be anybody you will feel sometime ashamed to tell others. So you have to do your talk. So in those days, education, there are no private colleges or maybe one or two, I don't know. I studied in Andhra University. So that to ladies. Ladies studying is something our batch they used to write in notes board that why ladies all these things. So they used to do in they used to discourage us and they they used to do something such that if we go to library we don't get any book. The books will be exhausted. Then where we study? So that was the kind of treatment we met in the first year. But I just thought of going back because first I joined because admissions always late, you all know. So I already joined in BSc Physics. So I told my mother that I want to go back, mother, because I can't study here. Nothing, no books, nothing. We can't buy because no father. My father expired when I was a child. So mother is leading with pension. I can't trouble her. So I said I'll come back to BSc, Avian College. Then she said, no, no, many people are finding difficulty in getting the seat. You got the seat. Why you are thinking like that? Think about it. That's what she said. Then I went to my cousin's house and he is writing, he is putting his nameplate with B and ME. When I saw that, I thought it should be G Saraswati, D, ME. How it will be very nice now. That was the moment I thought that no, no, I should continue. To achieve anything, you definitely will face difficulties. Uh, Without hard, there is no shortcut. Then hardship. So I have to struggle. That's all. So I used to go to Krishna Library, yes, Krishna Library, in the ground floor, underground floor. There was a reference section. At least one copy will be there. I came to know. Then I used to write notes over there. I studied like that. So when I got good marks, because till then I haven't got that much good. So better marks. Then that motivated me. Okay, I can read like this. I can further improve my knowledge because there is no one to discuss. So I used to do self study. So self motivating. So from B first year onwards, I started motivating myself. Never expect anything. Never get spoon feeding. Means in a MSET examinations and these coaching institutes, they'll do spoon feeding. Means with that, they are killing your appetite for education. Okay, we can't help it. Okay, let it be like that. But when you come to degree, you must have that appetite to learn more and more and more. That is by self study only, self motivation only, self talk only, and be with optimism only. Then only you will be a successful person. So your inner voice should motivate you. So that is required. Similarly, dwell in positives. That is, live in positives. Means you think that you got degree. You imagine, Abdul Kalam, what he said. You put a goal and dream for it and make it successful. So that's why you be on that. So no, all of a sudden Dhirubhai Ambani hasn't become such a rich man. Now his son Mukesh Ambani is rich. Dhirubhai Ambani, he himself worked in a petrol pump and his family lived in a small house. Even Mukesh Ambani also. They haven't born with golden spoon in their mouth. They achieved it. So definitely opportunities will come if you are able to catch them. But the word, remember, able to, means you have to qualify yourself to reach that. That will be possible only in your college or in your work environment. Why you leave that idly? And maintain perspectives, choose battles carefully. So you are having aims and goals. You keep on maintaining them. Step by step, you are proceeding towards it. And choose those battles carefully. Who is your competitor? Don't, nowadays people want to, they'll make competitor low by using some uh, unparliamentary words and all, by rumoring and all. That's not wise. You be a competitor to that competitor. Then you will flourish like anything. So choose battles carefully. And because you have to do SWOT analysis. SWOT means strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Everyone has to do this SWOT analysis. So what are your strengths? Use that only because you are good in some subjects. And I did like that when I got selected in Central Electricity Authority. Then I made them to go around my subject. They were asking some things, but I just lead them to my project. In that, I was master. So when they started asking that, then I gave all correct answers and I got selected. So that is, so you excel in some subjects means you try to be master in it. So choose battles carefully. Give others the benefit of the doubt. Suppose if someone is not doing, because see, my students, if I treat them as enemies, if they are not good, some students are mischievous, then I should not treat them as my enemies. I used to say, you are not that small kids, but I used to say, small kids, they behave like that only. They will be mischievous. If they are not mischievous, you should feel that something wrong. So naturally, why he did like that? You just give a thought. Try to think what should be his surroundings or whatever the circumstances that led to do like that. He willingly did that thing or unknowingly did that thing. So you have to give A benefit of doubt. Don't blame immediately. Don't react immediately. Become a problem solver. Be alert. See, remember, positivity means this is the thing, we should not jump on conclusions. You just give a thinking. Just count. Either to get my negative attitude, I want to say what is the threat to me? Because what are the strengths? What are the opportunities? So I want to tell you why they chose me as principal. Because first woman principal in a co-ed universities, at least in Andhra Pradesh. I don't know about other things. So how they give, I don't know. But when there was a roundtable conference of vice chancellors, and they gave permission for two persons from our college, my principal suddenly said, "Madam, chalo, we'll attend that thing." Then I said, "Okay, sir." I never. That is the opportunity I got. I don't know. I never said no to my seniors and bosses, because if I say no, even then, if they got into their mind, then they'll take me. I know that. So why to say no and unnecessarily I spoil my name? So I said, okay, sir. Then I went there, and they changed my name in many panels. Ultimately, they arrived at one panel, "Madam, you do this." I said, okay. Then I went onto the stage and I spoke. And they used to give slip to speakers after 5 minutes. But I haven't received any slip and I continued. I spoke for 40 minutes. And after that, valedictory. And everyone came and they are waiting for, but no one realizes that they are waiting for valedictory. And I could see their faces who are following attentively. That changed their opinion, university authorities' opinion on me. I know that. Even I don't know that I could speak like that with such a positivity. Everyone thought that I am strict, but I am strict. Okay, I do things, I expect things. That is a different thing. But I am not negative. So that has created a very good opinion on me, and immediately they called me and they gave a vice principal letter, they gave me principal. There was heavy competition. Not on seniority, our principalship or vice principalship. Purely on merit. They gave me. So that was the opportunity to go to the conference, roundtable conference. I know my threats. I get angry easily because I always think that you should give margins, but sometimes I expect this much of perfection from students, from colleagues, everyone. So I expect some perfection. If that is lower than that, I'll get angry. So immediately when I'm getting angry, that feeling comes into first my mind. Immediately I alert myself. No, their capacity is that much only. My thinking maybe, my expectation may be this much, but their capacity is what they did. Whether they did sincerely, if they did sincerely, if that is their capacity. Okay, accept it. I accept. So that is how you are positive. Means I know my drawback, threat. If I don't stop that thing, then I'll blast on them. I know that. So, SWOT analysis: strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. Weaknesses, you will have many things. Means you may not be. You should see the time. Now I have to see the 11:30 because I made it a habit later. But initially, I never bothered about the time. Whatever I want to tell, I will tell. That's all. So these are the weaknesses. I used to be very low voice. So students used to say, "Madam, that is not audible to backbenchers." So in that way, I improved. I improved. So you should do the self-searching, and you have to improve. Over there won't be anybody to tell you. You are the person to teach yourself. Next, this tips are continued. Utilize self-control. For my angry, I did that. Self-control is important. When you are alert, then you can control. When you are ignited in electrical, we say the tire is stressed. When they are ignited, you have to commute it. Hmm? Means you have to turn off. Forcible commutation or natural commutation will say you have to commutate forcibly. Here naturally is not possible, so you have to, that is sometimes may not be possible because they burst out. So that time you have to keep others, they maintain silence only because that is coming out with high speed and all, just for, so before that you can make them control, or you can control yourself before coming into the burst stage. You can control yourself. Many times I control, but few times on students, if they don't do project in time, or if they don't do and they want degree and they want to appear next day Viva examination, today they have got the books, if, even consistent reminders, then what you will get? Angry, naturally. So manage stress. That will be stressful to everyone. So you must know how to manage stress, because nowadays people are talking about stress so much. That's why I'm not discussing about stress. So many things, if you are told to do something, that will put you into stress. And stay physically healthy. People do dieting or people do over exercises, but remember, your balance is needed, so you always stay healthy. Empathize means you must have empathy on others. You have to accommodate others. Suppose if a rich person is able to donate some for poor people, if he can empathize, he can do it. He can make them uh, wealthier. It happened to many people. It happened to me also. So naturally, if you can use that opportunity, you may grow in your career. So empathy towards others and empathize yourself. That is, um, you should not feel means that attitude opposite. That is the thing. Empathy. Look for creative ways to make task more interesting. So you are doing task you are supposed to do. When I studied EMF theory, I used to feel tough. Why this subject I used to feel? Because the problems were very tough and there was no one to discuss. So I have to do on my own. William Hayat, field theory. Oh, I am feeling it difficulty. What to do? I have to complete the. My mother told me, why you are sitting idle? You are seeing only book. I kept book, but I could not read because nothing is going into my mind. Then why are you reading? Then go to sleep. I said, no. If I fail in this subject, I don't get my degree. I have to pass all subjects. So I have to study. So then do it. That's what she said. Then gone. Then what I thought, okay, there were no much books in those days. Nowadays, on same title, you'll get thousands of books. But that time only hate was there. No graphics. So I just studied and studied, try to understand. And then ultimately, at some point, I took the help of mathematics also, vector calculus and vector algebra and all. Somehow, some break I got, and I understood. So creative way, I took mathematics. I thought, oh, first I must be able to visualize those symmetrical objects. So I thought, and I went into mathematics. So you should see the creative ways. Why mathematics? It is only EMF. Huh? You should not feel like that. Once you are supposed to improve your knowledge and improve your self confidence, you ask for more responsibilities. Then it will change your attitude also. Adjust your schedule to best manage boredom. That you have to do when you are appearing for examinations. I told you I feel reluctant to read EMF. So how I used to do is I used to put a timetable. These are the subjects I am supposed to prepare. This subject I know. Okay, few days. This subject is tough. Give more days. But if I do continuously reading that subject one after the other, I'll get bored. So even if after one page or two pages, I used to feel bored. So I used to kept aside. Okay, 2 hours I studied this. Another 1 hour to which of my liking subject. So 1 hour I read and again go back to that disliking subject. Otherwise, nowadays I'm seeing don't like go to sleep. That is not, that does not solve any problem. So what you have to do is you have to schedule such that you should not feel bored. So goals are to be set, and you're right. I heard one person saying that he was doing MBA, but he wanted to buy a car. Buy so and so died. So he wanted to buy. So how to work for it? So what he did is he bought a uh, poster having that car which he likes, and he kept on his means door, so that every day he can see that, such that he will get motivated to do work, and such that by the and he wrote the date also, by this date I should get. But he could not collect that much money, but he doesn't want to discourage himself, because that is the first target he had fixed. So what he did is he bought second hand, same model, same thing, he bought second hand because that money was sufficient to buy second hand. And he was satisfied, at least I bought the car. I haven't written that it should be first hand. But next time he wrote first hand so and so car by this date, and he met. So meeting the goals will motivate you, and you can put higher and higher and higher goals. So that is you schedule means there he fixed the goals, and targets means schedules means studies. You will schedule means you will give appointment to this thing when you are working. When you are studying, you will fix the timetable for study and to play. You see, don't leave the play also, because that will give relaxation. So you play, but don't sit in front of TV or computer or phone. This mobile is spoiling everyone. Everything is available on hand. So you must try to control this. Means you should not be addictive to those things. That you have to, because no cigarette, no alcohol, but this became another a big addiction. So that you have to, okay, before not going even 6 to 7, I'll see all mails and all messages and all I'll answer. That's all. Treat that as a communication only, not as a TV or a computer. So that you have to control. You must remember, if you have goals, means you must control mobile and look for alternatives. Actually, you if something is not working, you should not get disappointed. You look for alternatives. I think I am reaching. And if look for alternatives in continuation, that suppose if you are unable to do, there are counselors in every college will have counselors. Actually psychiatric with qualification also people appoint, or else the teaching faculty with their experience, they'll act as counselors. So what can education assistance counselors do? They educate regarding appropriate attitude. You don't generally don't go, but remember, if you should not be late. If you feel difficulty in changing your attitude, then approach them. You believe them first. First you give an impression that you believe. Don't put your problem first. You give them an impression that you believe them, then you put your problem. That will work. Generally, people what do they? Oh, I am getting this problem. I am unable to control the animal. Then that that will not work, because until unless you know about him and he knows about you, the until unless, okay, this man can solve my problem, that will be okay. So they may teach by coaching or a role play. Role play, they'll give you a role to play. Means they will give you do this thing or do that work. It is not a play to act. Means they'll make you to change that attitude in a different way and provide positive reinforcement. They will boost you. I remember when I was a student in the no when I joined in teaching first, there was a student. He got a love affair failure. He directly came to me because I was his counselor. Madam, she said no to me. What I have to do? You tell me what I can tell. I am also very young and went there and I don't have experience. So I haven't said no to that thing. I said, okay, I'll think about your problem, what it could be, and see the. I gave very good suggestion, and he wanted to commit suicide, as a matter of fact, and I made him uh, divert that thing, and I said, you are more eligible to more things. Just this is a passing cloud. Just leave it. In that way, I don't know what I said because it is long, long back thing. And now he's having children, and his children completed engineering also. So that is, they'll give some positive reinforcement in you. They will help you to identify triggers to the attitude and help with the coping skills to combat the situation. Where your attitude will be affected. I said, someone is indisciplined, I'll get angry. So that's why, what are the triggering things eh, to affect that attitude? Then how to combat, they'll tell you. Because you are helpless, then they will guide you what to do. Believe them, that is what important. Don't take things lightly. What can you do? My slide is, I think this is the last slide. What can you do? First and foremost, be honest with yourself. You first truthful to yourself. Then only you can check you, because you have to check yourself. Na? What is troubling you? Why you are feeling like this? Yeah, why you are impatient? So first you be honest with you and recognize warning signs. Those are negative thoughts, blaming behavior. These like that means you got frustrated, you are blaming others. There is something. Similarly, pessimism. So these are the warning signs if you are behaving differently, not as normal. So these are the warning signs that you are having a negative attitude which is making you like this. Where you have to correct it. Use positive affirmation. In Hindi, we will say that Soman. You are born king. Lion and the affirmations I want to tell. Lion means among animals, we say lion as a king. But do you remember, elephant is having more strength than lion, and rabbit can run faster than lion, and fox is more cunning than lion. But even then, lion is king, right? So, why? If an elephant sees lion, it will be afraid. It may eat me. The lion may eat me. So, it will be frightened. Means the thought that is coming into the elephant or fox or rabbit is fear that lion may eat us. But when lion sees these animals, other animals, what it will think? Oh, lunch. My lunch. Elephant is so big, and lion thinks that it is my lunch. So that is the belief. A lion is having a belief that it can kill anybody, any animal. with patience. Lions, they will be waiting till proper time. Means if it attacks, then it has to catch that. It should come into their mouth, and they will catch the neck only. So till then it will wait. So that is the positive affirmation. It will be, I can kill. Elephant is so big animal, and lion thinks that it can kill. That is the belief in herself. And lion, it forgets that I am bigger than if I can crush the lion under my foot, because it breaks the big trees. It pulls heavy vehicles, but it forgets all those things, because that is the belief that it eats me. So you must have positive affirmations. Visualize your day before it begins. How you want to spend the day, you visualize it. Write down your goals, what you want to be. That man put a poster of a car, and I wrote, means I thought in my mind only, I wrote that Dr. G. Saraswati. When I did PhD became very difficult for me, but I used to think that I want a big letter and a small letter. D big letter and R small letter. Dr. G. Saraswati I should be. I worked very hard to get that. I must say that I spent a lot of my sweat to get that degree. I sacrificed many things to get that degree, because I am so passionate about that degree, because I want to get higher degree, nothing beyond that. That is doctorate, PhD. That is my goal. So write down your goals. I never studied PhD to become professor. I changed my job to get PhD. I was working in a central government. I changed my job to do PhD. So write down your goals. Put your head in the goal and focus. That's what. You be on the goal and be focused on that. Definitely you can achieve. Your goal is to change the attitude, let us say. You be focused. I used to get alert when if I'm getting that angry, means initial symptoms, I'll come to know impatience. What is this people? Why is doing like this? That first reaction will be this thing. I told him to do this thing. So okay, leave it. It's over now. Leave it. I used to tell myself. Many times students do, but sometimes they don't do. So I used to leave it, because ultimately our goal is to complete the degree, his degree and my duty. Over. So focus. Think about successful person you admire. It is required. It is required. There should be a role model to you. For me, my aunt's, I must say, my sister-in-law, I should not say sister-in-law, my father's elder sister's daughter, a scientist, world scientist. In those days, she studied before independence and after independence also, and rewarded as world scientist. And I kept her as my role model. Being a woman, she studied in Andhra University, she studied PUC, Nagpur University BSc, and IIT Delhi. In those days, IIT Delhi was there. MSc chemistry, and gone abroad, America, and she did 2-3 PhDs, different countries. Only scientists worked on superconductivity from India. So that is how. So you must have a role model. You'll admire. Avoid naysayers. No, nay means in parliament, nay, they'll say. Means nay means no. So avoid no sayers. Means You are having high goals and they will drag your feet. So avoid naysayers who shoot you down. So the best part is to change attitude, to attain goals. What you have to do is practice, practice, practice. So to change your attitude, practice, practice, practice. To have good knowledge in the subjects, practice, practice, practice. Do problems, study as many books, worthy books. There are many books, but don't go by the worthy books. The teachers will tell you which are the good books. Study them first, not an examination point of view, all in one subject. No, don't go, because that will spoil your knowledge. People go for easy things. Self study is more important. For that, you need practice. If everything is ready in your hand, then you don't think about the other things. That those questions, why, what, how, all these questions would not come into your mind. If you get those questions only, you will be able to answer in the competitive examinations. Otherwise, you will go to coaching institutions. By joining on long-term coaching, you may waste lakhs of rupees, but your knowledge will be improved by 5% and your regrets will be improved by 100%. Array, when I was there in the college, I should have concentrated on this or that. There are many, many students who are telling these things after their degree. We should have heard you, madam. What we can do? Gatam gataha. Right? So these are the references. And any questions now? Oh, 5 minutes. Any questions, please? I don't know what is the time. In my watch, it is 11:35. I'm sorry. I haven't seen. References, I just crossed. There are references. Any questions, please? Are you there? Yeah, any questions? ఎక్కడున్నారు? నాకు ఎందుకు వినిపించట్లేదు? నేను గాడిలో మాట్లాడేసుకున్నానా? Hello? Any questions?
No questions, ma'am.
No questions. So I think it is actually there is no end to it. With my experience only I tell, and they are authentic, and I haven't told my things, but I took examples and experiences out of my experience. So I wish you identify your attitudes and which are troubling you, and change those attitudes to flourish in your life and career. I wish you all the best. Thank you very, very much for giving me this opportunity. I feel that I'm useful to you. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Madam, I
Yeah.
just want to propose a formal vote of thanks
Okay.
before closing the session.
Yeah,
So,
because other
thank you,
person
madam.
must be waiting. Okay.
Yes, madam. Thank you for giving us a lot of insights on educational attitude. You started with a freezer treatment.
Hmm.
That story also, we are eagerly waited what is the conclusion of the story. And you have given the definitions and different negative strands of the attitudes and the consequences of having negative attitude. Um, you have given some tips how to improve or change our attitude, creating a positive attitude, and doing SWOT analysis, showing empathy, and the inclusion of counselors in educational institutes, madam. Uh, Thank you, madam. Thank you for your spending your valuable time and sharing your knowledge to us. And we have learned from your experiences, your examples, madam. Thank you so much, ma'am.
I
On behalf
hope
of
it
all
is
the students.
useful. I think all of you, it is. I think it is understandable, because engineering subject treatment is something, and it is different from what as a professor. So it is something different from the daily teaching. So I feel happy. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. But we always say that as a seniors, we use us. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
ma'am.
ma'am. Yes, participants, please don't leave. The next session will start at 11:45. We'll take a break for some minutes, and we'll again start the session sharply at 11:45. Thank you.
Dr. Padma, ma'am.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning.
Sir, madam is in lab. So,
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Whenever I just to tell her that I join
okay, sir.
according to your convenience, join the class, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Okay,
I'll
sir.
unmute myself. I'll mute myself.
Okay,
Whenever
sir.
you want me to
We'll get.
start, I'll do it, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you.
Welcome.
Sir, good morning.
Yeah. Dr. Padma, ma'am. Good morning, ma'am.
Sir, good morning, sir. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. How are you, ma'am?
Yes, sir, fine, sir.
Yeah.
So thank you so much, sir. So you have supported since 3 months. For the remaining two programs also, you have given a good support to us.
It's an
Thank you so
honor for
much,
me, ma'am. It's an honor for me.
sir.
Yeah, ma'am.
Sir, almost this program is so registered candidates are mostly students, sir.
Mostly students,
And
ma'am. Okay,
yeah,
okay,
yes,
okay.
sir. Yes, sir. Some of them are faculty from other states.
Okay, ma'am.
So this is the simple biography of our participants, sir. So
Yeah.
almost yesterday 70 members are present, sir. But I think now they are in YouTube. I think only 30 members are present here. Yeah, I think in the meantime we'll start, sir. So I think in the middle they will come and join, sir. Hello, sir. Hello. Sir, your voice is not audible, sir. No, sir. No, it's not audible.
Yeah, just a moment, ma'am. I'll
Yeah. Now
log
okay,
out
sir.
and log in again. Okay,
Now
ma'am?
okay,
Okay,
sir.
okay, okay. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Uh, Sir, shall we start, sir?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Manogna.
Madam.
Manogna.
Madam.
Yeah, yeah. Please introduce sir to the participants, Manogna. And sir, if you don't mind,
Ma'am.
I am actually in the laboratory, sir. So
Yes,
Manogna
ma'am.
will accompany with you, sir. So whatever the thing you want,
Yes,
you can
ma'am.
call her, sir. So she will
Yes,
be in the
ma'am.
laboratory,
Yes,
sir.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Certainly, ma'am.
Thank you.
Certainly, ma'am.
Thank
Certainly,
you.
ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, madam. Dear participants, today's speaker, sir, is Dr. N. Solomon Benny. Sir has total working experience of 17 years. He has started as a senior English lecturer in Bailey College from 2004 to 2006. He has worked as assistant professor, Department of English, Andhra University from October 2006. He was a core member in admissions from 2011 to till date. He has served as a warden, Arts and Commerce Hostel, and he has served as an assistant principal, College of Arts and Commerce, Andhra University from 2014 to 17, and he's been head of the department, English department, from June 2021 in Andhra University. Sir, three master's degree in zoology, education, and English from Andhra University. He has a doctorate degree in English from Andhra University in July 2020. He has attended around seminars and sir has presented various papers in seminars. Sir, I hand over to you, sir. Solomon, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Manojna ma'am, for the wonderful introduction. I don't believe I am worthy of it. Thank you so much for that nice introduction, and very good morning to one and all, to all the participants. Now, we're going to start. So basically, what do you understand by the word called communication? Because it's one-way teaching now. Mostly the teachers always love to have a two-way teaching learning process, because I'm one who always want the learners to, because of online active participation from your side is minimized because it makes a lot of confusion on the online. So one thing is, what do you understand? What do we understand by the word called communication? Communication is a word which has been derived from Latin word called communico, which means to share. As people, we are made to communicate. As people, we are created to speak to one another, to communicate to one another in different forms. It could be through speaking, it could be through writing. We communicate to each other. It's all about pouring our hearts, pouring our minds. It's all about sending information, sending information to the other intended people. So basically, we are meant to communicate. So in any language, you take any language under the sun, like English, a native tongue called Telugu. We start learning of a language by listening. Language learning starts with listening. If you remember in our infant days, when we are just conceived, in our mother's womb, when we are born, we are attracted to different sounds, different colors, which are so attractive to our eyes. And then people come to us and make different kinds of sounds, and we are attracted to it, because language is a sound, basically. Language is a sound. You cannot imagine language without a sound. So we start and we make sounds. And then in communication, there are 4 sub-skills of language. 1 is listening, 2 is speaking, 3 is reading, and 4th one is writing. When we talk about these sub-skills, 4 sub-skills makes us to understand or learn language. If I don't know these 4 skills of the language, I am not very perfect or fluent with the language. So today I'm going to speak about the art of writing, which might be the last skill of the language, but a very, very important skill of the language. We start with listening, and then we start reproducing what we listen to through speaking. And then we start reading, because we have learned alphabets, we start reading it. And when we start reading it, we learn how to reflect it in writing by giving strokes to different shapes of alphabets. And then writing comes in. Writing is the last activity of the language, because it's more complicated when compared to the other 3 skills. Listening and reading are the passive skills of the language, whereas speaking and writing are the active skills of the language. Because both of the skills requires your mind to work. Both of the skills requires your mind to give you the vocabulary, the words, the sentences, the grammatical items, the grammar, all these things play a very major role in that particular moment. And then when we talk about writing, writing is a creative art of any individual. Of any individual, let me tell you that. Some people have great ideas, some people have great thoughts, but they don't know how to write perfectly, how to write beautifully. So what happens is their ideas, their thoughts would not turn into a great piece of writing. Some people might not be very good with thoughts, ideas, but they have great creative writing abilities. So what happens? They can use vocabulary, they can dance with vocabulary, they can play with vocabulary, and then they make a wonderful piece of writing. So there are many writers who have been talking about what writing is all about. One of them is Francis Bacon, a great, he's supposed to be called as one of the greatest writer. He's a prose writer, an essay writer. So he writes essays very beautifully because he knows how to beautifully put the words in a very, very wonderful way. So he says, I quote, reading maketh a full man, conference a ready man, and writing an exact man, I unquote. See the way the beautifully has put and given importance to writing. He says when we start reading, we get information and we know the information, so we are a full man. Okay, conference, a ready man. Conference is nothing but when we go for conferences, a debating thing, seminars, conferences, where there'll be a lot of dialogues, there'll be a lot of brainstorming sessions where if you're used to going to conferences, you become ready because you need to present yourself there. But a person who writes is an exact man because his mind works so beautifully. His skills are so beautiful. He has vocabulary. He's thorough with the language skills. So Francis Bacon has put it very wonderfully well. See, and Joseph Heller, she's also a very wonderful writer. She says, every writer I know has trouble writing. That means every writer who started their careers as writers, they were not very perfect at the start. They had troubles when they started writing. So we need to understand that we are not born with writing skills. We learn writing skills. Skill is different, talent is different. Skill we need to learn and we need to hone the skills. We need to improve the skills. Improving skills is only through serious practice. But nothing else. If you and I want to be perfect, wonderfully good writers, keep practicing. What we need to practice? We need to practice. Okay. And another writer has said, the art of writing is the art of discovering what you believe. The art of writing, I quote, the art of writing is the art of discovering what you believe, I unquote. And Stephen King, he says, the scariest moment is always just before you start. After that, things can only get better. We always have a starting problem. For anything, we have a starting problem. We always say, I have a starting problem. Do you remember when we were young, we always said that I have a starting problem. Still, we always have a challenge of starting. Once it starts, we always get better and better and better as we start doing it. If you remember the first day of your exams, okay, the exam has to start, that's it. Once it starts, even 10 exams finish so fastly. In a blink of an eye, in a snapshot, you're going to finish all the 10 exams. So we have that starting problem. We still have a challenge in starting. Once you start, I tell you, I challenge you, you're going to become better and better when you keep on writing. See, if you remember, we started writing so many things. We started writing exams. We started writing small stories. Some people have the habit of writing small stories, and then they turn into great writers, literary writers, henceforth. Okay. If you remember, I remember my starting days when I started to write diaries in order to be an effective writer at the start. I used to write diaries. No, writing diary is also a great skill, but most of us have done away with that habit. People now, they don't write, they seldom write. Okay, I'm not blaming anyone. It's because everything has changed. But we need to understand writing. When we start writing, we start thinking. You know, when we start writing, we start thinking. If you are a writer, it tells us indirectly that you are a thinker. That you are a thinker. Okay, it's always, you know, when you want to write, it's all about our thought process, our thinking. Thinking makes us strong. If we don't think, we are not stronger. We always think about what tomorrow holds for us, don't we? We always think. We always think what tomorrow holds for me, but we don't think about creative things. Let's start thinking about creativity. Now the onus or the stress is on writing journals, writing papers, research papers, writing many things so that you and I can shine in this competitive global village. Okay. Now the global village is not just easy for any one of us. We need to step in with an extra edge of a great personality of thinking. We need to think. If you want to be great writers, I think most of your students, as Madam has said, Manudna Madam has said, some of your faculty, we have stopped writing. So creativity does not start. If you and I don't start writing, creativity in us has an ultimate depth. We don't think beyond. We need to think beyond the box. We need to think beyond the box in order to bring new concepts, new theory, new vocabulary. We don't design, we don't create vocabulary, but we always step into we always use the vocabulary that has been in usage. So mostly writing is all about being creative. Being creative. It's all about discovering yourself. If we don't have the habit of writing, let's start the habit of writing. How to start writing, how to start the activity of writing, we'll just look into it. This is what a small introduction about writing. Okay. Sometimes in order to start, let's start with small things. Most of us always think that we need to write in a bigger way. No, start with small things. Start with small things. How? The day before you go to bed. Okay. So imagine that at the end of the day, you're going to sleep. Take a piece of paper and start writing the to-do list, the things you need to do the next day. Start writing them. Start writing them. It's not in great sentence form, at least small sentence form, like 8 a.m. Okay, need to get up. Maybe I'm talking about getting very late, but I'm just giving an example. Start doing the to-do list. Okay, maybe 8 to 9 o'clock morning ablutions, getting ready, taking a bath, all these things. 9 to 10, traveling to the university or traveling to the workplace. Okay, traveling to your college. Okay, try to write to-do list. When you start doing this, what happens? You're going to be inculcated with the habit of start writing. That is what important. So write to discover yourself. That is first and important thing. Write about yourself. When you start writing about yourself, you're going to write about your positives and negatives, your pros and cons, your plus points and your negative points, minus points. See, write to know about those things. Write to discover yourself so that you can write to become. I mean, sometimes you start writing what you are. Like, see, I'm a loving person. I love to get up early. I love to do this thing. I love to do that thing. I love reading. I love writing. All these things, write about yourself. Write about your characteristics. Write about your love. When I say love, don't get me wrong. I'm talking about what you love in your life. Maybe reading is your love, writing is your love. Maybe going on touring is your love, your passion, your hobbies. Write down on a piece of paper. Okay. See, we don't start writing exactly in the right way. Sometimes we commit mistakes because we are prone to mistakes. We commit mistakes. Nothing wrong in it. Let me tell you that nothing is wrong in it. You commit mistakes. The best thing is identifying your mistakes. The best creativity that you and I have is understand your mistakes. Rectifying is also a great blessing. Identify your mistakes. Tell yourself that you committed a mistake, and then the next step is rectify your mistake. That is what makes you an exact person. If you and I cannot identify our mistakes, we cannot be a great writers. You get me? Be ready to accept your mistake. When someone comes and tells you that you have done a mistake, don't get worked up. But talk to yourself and say, yeah, I committed a mistake. Next time when I start writing, let me not do that. Writing can be any forms, let me tell you. Writing can be any forms. It requires organizing your ideas in the right way, in a logical way, in a coherent way, so that the meaning is understood. The meaning is understood. So basically, what is important is there are many types of writing. Letter writing, memos, okay, essay writing, narrative writing, expository writing, persuasive writing, and now we have come into internet form. We come into technology where we start writing emails, web writing. All these things are wonderful platforms for you and me to write. Okay, so check out what you are good at, what you're good at. Before writing, there are certain principles of good writing. Principles of good writing. I think someone has switched on your microphone. Chindu sir, can you mute your mic, please? Chindu sir, can you mute your mic? Yeah, thank you, Chindu sir. Sorry, I had a disturbance. I'm extremely sorry for that. Okay, the first thing is principles of good writing. First principle is know the purpose of your writing. See, as humans, we are always driven by purposelessness. As human beings, we are driven by purposelessness. We need to overcome it. For anything, you and I need to know the purpose of it. For example, I believe most of your BTech students, if I'm not very wrong, if you aren't BTech students, still you're learning something, you're learning something. Unless and until you know the purpose why you're studying that particular course that you have registered into, you and I cannot do justice to that program. If for example, let's take my example. If I don't know the purpose of why I'm speaking to you, I cannot do justice to what I'm trying to speak to you. So know the purpose. Know the purpose. Okay? Know the purpose very well in your heart. If you have a purpose to write, you're going to make a wonderful piece of writing. And then most of us think that using bombastic vocabulary is the only solution for us to better writing. No. Start with simple vocabulary. Use clear language. Don't think that writing with bombastic vocabulary, using difficult vocabulary will make people to understand that you are a great writer or a great speaker. No. When we are writing, you and I should understand that there should be some reader to it, some reader. And the reader will read it. The reader could be, if I start writing, you could be my readers. if I'm not very sure what kind of level of understanding that you have. So what I need to do, I need to keep it simple so that every one of my readers can understand it. You get me? I hope you're understanding me. When I don't use simple language, when I don't use clear language, I'm losing the ability to understand what I'm trying to say. I'm, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Am I audible?
Yes,
Yes,
sir.
sir. Yes,
Am I
sir.
audible? Okay, okay, okay. Sorry, someone has given me a call, so I'm sorry. Management, ma'am, I'm sorry. Okay.
Okay,
So, okay.
okay, sir. No
Now,
problem. No problem, sir.
yeah. So let's understand the purpose with which you're writing. When you start writing, use simple vocabulary. Okay, the vocabulary that you and I are comfortable with, and use clear language. Don't beat the bush around. Okay, straight. Your choice of words, that what matters. Use simpler words because simple words everyone can understand. Okay, okay, and then punctuation marks, which plays a very major role in bringing a meaning. Okay, and then no grammatically right or wrong. Okay, when you start writing and when you think that you finished writing and you're going to stop writing, do the proofreading. Sometimes we don't do the proofreading. Students write their exams. And after the exam, in the last half an hour, you and I are supposed to take time, at least last 15 minutes, to read what we have written. We don't do that because we write till the last minute of the examination. Okay, so that is where we miss out perfect writing. Okay, now you start adopting this principle. I tell you, you find lot of mistakes that we have written because of the tension, because of a constraint of time. What we do is we sometimes commit a lot of mistakes. Okay, and then see, I'm going to talk about each one. Purpose. Okay, first of all, you must know why are you writing, why you are writing. Talk to yourself. When you decided to write something, talk to yourself. For example, when you're writing your exams, tell yourself that you need to score in the examination, you need to score a percentage in the examination so that it helps you in the future of your life. So tell yourself, I need to score 50 marks or 70 marks or 80 marks. I need to score full throttle. Okay? Tell yourself that you need to know why am I writing? Okay, and writing process is like building. What kind of building? Okay, when we construct a house, the mansion, what he does is he puts one brick on the other and he constructs the house. Okay, we all know the skill of writing, skill of building. We have seen it. We don't know how to the exact skill of building, but we know when we are seeing with our naked eyes, they put one brick over the other and they do a lot of fine work in order to bring beauty to the building. Writing process is like building up one after the other. What we call is logically building up the thoughts that you have in your mind. Okay, logical arrangement. Okay, coherence. Okay, the meaning of the previous sentence should follow with the meaning of the next sentence. Okay, so it should be connected well. Sometimes we write unconnectedly. I think you have come across people like that who write unconnectedly. So arrange sequential, putting the thoughts in a sequential order is what the skill of good writing. Okay, skill of good writing. Okay, next, you need to have the skeleton. When I say skeleton, get me right, what is the skeleton for human beings? The backbone, the bones, the rib cage on which a flesh. Without a proper skeleton, you and I cannot even stand straight. Even a proper spine, you and I cannot stand straight. You know it pretty well. Okay, so the skeleton of writing is always the theme on which you're writing. The skeleton of writing is nothing but the theme on which you're going to sequentially arranged thought process. Sequentially arrange the thought process. Okay. And then you can write any kind of thing, good news, bad news, message of inquiry, everything. So that is what more important. That is what more important. We need to understand, we need to understand that this is what basically our purpose is. Okay. The purpose is, know for sure, tell yourself why are you planning to write. And then it's like constructing a house, one after the other, one step after the other. And then know the skeleton of the purpose, know the theme for which you're writing. When you know the theme will be as a skeleton, and on the skeleton you're going to build upon your writing thoughts. So these are many purposes of writing. Get me? And I told you, use clear language. The words that you're going to select. Okay, select. Now, write short sentences at the start. Don't write big sentences. How we start is, start with small things. Start slowly. And then as you become stronger in your writing, you can start writing bigger sentences. Okay, so that the readers will also understand small sentences, they have better understanding, and so your writing will be accepted. Your writing would be accepted. Okay, don't write old vocabulary, don't write bigger phrases, don't write complicated words, don't write complicated idioms which you think that people might not understand. So don't write complicated language. Use simple language so that everyone can understand. And we know what punctuations are. You know, commas, full you know all these things. Yeah, am I audible?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm
Yes, sir, now
sorry.
you're audible.
Yeah, I'm extremely sorry. So it's all about punctuation marks. Punctuation marks are full stop, sentence, full stop, commas, colon, semicolon. Okay, all these things makes us grammatically right. Okay, makes us grammatically right. Punctuations reflects the meaning of the sentence. Okay, we have a lot of things in punctuations. We can gradually learn them. Okay, I'm just giving you a gist of how we can write. Proofreading. After you're done with your writing, okay, most of us what we do is we write once for all. No, you start writing a first draft. First draft. That's what we call it as in your language. I tell you, you have written writing. Do you remember that? You'll be given a big paragraph. And after a certain time, what you do is they ask you to cut it down to 1/3 of its size. What we call is pressy writing. Okay, when you start pressy writing is right, you take the exact passage that is given and then you start writing in the language that you understand. So basically, this proofreading, when you start proofreading, is all about you start at the start. At the start, you write the first draft. And then when you reread it, when you read it and reread it, what happens, you will understand that you have committed some mistakes. You have repeated some certain vocabulary, you have repeated certain thoughts also there. So what you do is you can check out for typographical errors, grammatical errors, when you start reading it and rereading it. And then you do a second draft of it. And when you again read the second draft of it, you will come across little more mistakes. You rectify them. We call it as proofreading. proofreading, Proofread. So proofreading should be done many number of times to the point that you are satisfied with the perfection of the outcome of the paragraph. You get me? Do the proofreading. That's what I said. When you write your exams, things that you and I need to do is sit and then start rereading it. When you start rereading it, that helps you to write it perfectly. Okay, write it perfectly. Now, let me tell you that most basically, the last thing that you need to do is, last thing in writing you need to do is, you have a plan, okay, you have your own plan, and you are ready to start writing. Okay, first thing is when you start writing, don't ever think that the word count should be. Don't limit yourself saying that I need to have a word count, I need to be very particular about grammar. No. We commit mistakes, no doubt about it, because we are just human beings. We are prone to mistakes. Keep that in mind. We cannot bring an exact, beautiful piece of writing at the start itself. At the start itself. We have many things in it. The word count, the grammar, leave it aside. First, start writing the first draft. Put your ideas into it. We call it as a rough draft, and the first draft, second draft, third draft, and any number of drafts that you want to write. The rough draft is something that whatever ideas you have, put it in on a piece of paper. It might not be logically arranged. The thought process is not logically arranged. The thoughts are not logically arranged. Don't get worked up about it. You take your time. You take your time. It might take a lot of time, but don't get agitated. Write it, rewrite it, write it, rewrite it, write it, rewrite it. The first draft is done, the rough draft is done, and then you go into the serious aspect of first draft, second draft, and third draft. That's what you and I need to do. And then what you and I need to do is revise what you have written. After finishing all the drafts, revise it. Okay, there is always a chance that you and I would identify what mistakes you have done, and better thoughts might come as you start reading it. When better thoughts come, you can rectify on that, you revise on it, and you can write new thoughts into it. And then when you start writing, see, we always repeat words, we always repeat sentences, we always repeat thoughts. So start editing what is not necessary, taking out what is not necessary. Check for repetition. The best thing is editing. Okay, best thing is editing. When you check for an editing, first thing is check for repetition. See if you have repeated any thoughts again and again, words again and again. Okay, see for clarity of thought, clarity of ideas, and then check out for grammar, and check out for spellings, and check out for punctuations, and check out for the construction of a sentence, what we call it as syntax. The syntax is a construction of a sentence. So when you start writing, start with simple thoughts. Start with simple thoughts. Start writing a short story. Start writing your experience in a day. Start writing an incident that you have witnessed, that you have seen with your naked eyes. Start writing a story, a self-story about yourself. So start doing this kind of things. Okay. See, again, when I say that you need to be perfect with your writing, it means that you know that, see, if you are a reader, you are reading it. Imagine that you are reading it. When you read it, know pretty sure that when you're reading it, you and I don't want to read a book with a lot of mistakes. We always sit with a critical eye and start criticizing the writer who has committed a lot of mistakes. So keep that in mind. Criticize yourself when you start writing. Okay, start writing. Mostly we write examinations. Yes, sir. So when you start examinations, always have a motivation. Who is going to motivate you? Who's going to tell you that you can do it? There's no one like you. Who will tell you? Motivation is telling yourself that you can do it. Self-motivation, self-belief, trusting in oneself. Trust yourself. Strongly say to yourself that you are worthy of writing. It's a self-motivation. It's inspiration. Okay. Sometimes people outside people will inspire you. So take that inspiration. Take that inspiration. Okay. When you start writing about something, know the background of that study, know the background of the topic. For that, you and I might go. I mean, basically, I want to talk about writing a research paper today or an article, which could be great for you in the days to come as you're being in the studying, in the learning, in the learning. Okay. In the learning. So, is it fine that shall I talk about writing a research paper, Managna ma'am, or shall I stick only to writing general things? Can someone talk about it? Okay. So basically, when you start writing, you and I need to do a lot of homework. You know, many writers, literary writers, for example, if you take Shakespeare, because we are, every one of us are exposed to the name called Shakespeare because he has been the literary laureate who has done great writing, who has brought a transformation in literary writing. Okay, we know Shakespeare is a kind of writer who has brought a change to English literature. He did not write most of the novels in a fortnight. Fortnight is 2 weeks or in a night. Okay, he takes almost like 6 months to 1 year, maybe 2 years. Some people I know, great authors like Milton has penned down Paradise Lost series of books. Okay, each book he has at least taken 6 months to 1 year. Okay, Shakespeare has taken more than 6 months to write his story. Okay, so we need to understand. We need to understand that. For example, if we
Sir, not audible, sir.
Sir, you're not audible, sir. Sir, still not audible, sir. I think you have to unmute, sir.
hello.
Yes, sir. Now it's audible, sir.
I'm extremely sorry, ma'am. The internet connectivity is not right here.
It's okay, sir. You can continue, sir.
Sorry, I'm sorry. I'm extremely sorry. Okay. Now, See, I've been talking about the great literary writers in Telugu language, Andamur Virendra. He takes at least, I need to know the background of it. I need to talk with experts in that particular area. I need to do a lot of reading about it. I need to sit in the library and start reading multiples of books in order to get an information about it. So it's not just sitting down and writing something just like writing something, just like writing anything. No, when we write, it's a permanent document that you and I are making. See, when we speak, it is not, it is not documented. But when we start writing, it's documented. We can be criticized at any point of time when we commit a mistake in writing. So basically, when we are trying to write, don't ever write those things which you are not very, which you are not very uh, com- uh, perfect about. See, if you and I think that it's we don't have enough proofs to sustain what you're writing, don't write those things which are half truths. Write what are absolutely right. Okay. If I'm making a theory, see, we know Darwin's theory. We know Darwin's theory because I believe all of your science students, you know what Darwin's theory is all about. And when Darwin has proposed the theory, he knows pretty well that the theory is to come, people might. So write those things which are stronger, which are the right stronger. And I tell you that when you're writing something, speak with the people who always have a great thought process about it. Sitting with your seniors, sitting with your teachers, sitting with, see, if someone is teaching a subject for you, for example, English language, and you find difficulty in understanding what the English language is, the prose in writing. So what you do is you go there, you sit, and then you talk with them. You talk with them, and then what happens is when you sit with them, okay, they will give you thought process. They'll give you thought process. When a thought process comes, okay, when they give new thoughts, what happens? You always have that thoughts as a new fresh lease of ideas in your mind. So speak with seniors, speak with elders, speak with people who are expertised in that area, expertise in that area. Sit in the library, over the pages of the textbooks, flip over pages of articles, flip over the pages of magazines, many things where you can draw information, where you can draw thoughts, where you can draw ideas. Okay. And when you start doing it, you become so well and you start articulating the better things. So it's all about doing homework before writing. See, before you go to write your exams, what you do? You spend midnight oils to read it so that you can score good marks there. Okay, good marks there. So always remember that you ought to do your homework before writing. Whatever you're writing, maybe just I might be giving an example of an examination. If you don't do your hard work, you're not going to score well. You're not going to impress upon the examiner with right answers. You get me? If you start reading, if you start referring your books, if you start flipping over the pages of the textbooks, what happens is you always get to a thought that you're going to do a great job there, a great job there. You get me? So that is what is more important. That is what is more important. So basically, know well that you ought to do the homework. Speak with the people, speak with your seniors, speak with your classmates, get to an idea, and then start doing it. Okay, maybe most of you might be writing a project. If you are writing a project, let me talk about how to write a research article, or how to write a project. Basically, first thing is know your assignment. That is what the purpose is. Know the purpose first. Most of us jump into writing, jump into doing any work without knowing the purpose of it. Know the purpose. When you know the purpose, when you know why you're writing, you will understand that there is a lot of importance given to it. Okay, you give a lot of importance to it because you know that will fetch you marks, that will get you marks. Okay, always see we have positive reinforce and negative reinforce. Reinforcing is nothing but motivation. You remember in your schooling when you did not do well, your teachers would smack you black and white. They would have smacked you. Most teachers smacked me too. Most teachers smack me too. Okay, so teachers would smack me, and then they would always tell me when I scored well, they would come to me and say that this is a reward for your because you have done wonderfully well. That is a reinforcement, motivation, telling you that see you have done well, so I'm giving you a reward. Okay, positive reinforce is also should be there. The negative reinforce sometimes negative reinforce also acts better. See, we did not do homework. Okay, sometimes we don't do homework in a schooling. So what happened? Your teacher would smack you and say that you did not do your homework. Okay, that is a negative reinforcement. But both things should add hand to hand so that building of an individual happens. Building of an individual towards passion towards writing habits. There should be a passion. Passion drives you to write. Passion makes you to write. Passion will enable you to write. So that is what is needed. That is what is needed. You get me? So basically, in order to write a good research paper, a very good research paper or a project, get to know the topic. Know the topic. Know the topic. When you know the topic, you'll come to an idea how we are going to organize the thought process. Okay. So when you start doing it, refer to the books, refer to the people who are already expertise in that area. Refer to people, refer to books, refer to articles, refer to journals. All these things are very, very important. Don't ever think that you're doing something out of nothing. Okay? You cannot do anything out of nothing. You get me? You need to have backup to your ideology. You need to have good texts, good articles, good material in order to write a wonderful topic. Okay? Ask your teacher for clarifications. Most of us don't run to our teachers. Most of us think that we can do it all by ourselves. Nothing wrong in it. You need to be confident. You need to be strong. But sometimes you need to take the help of other people. Okay? So most of us don't give a try to understand what the assignment is. We don't pick a topic. Pick up a topic. Okay? See, a controversial topic is always pumps you to write better. A controversial topic, but sometimes normal topics, uncontroversial topics is also a best choice, best challenge for you and me. If we know that we cannot write well, if we know that we cannot write well, we should never go into controversial topics. Uncontroversial topics should be our area when we think that we cannot do justice to the controversial topics. And then doing research is what is important. When I say research, is all about searching that already exists. Searching that already exists. Researching. We are people who do researching. No? Do you know we always done a lot of researching from our childhoods. We have done a lot of researching. Okay, if you remember or not, when we are small kids, when our parents have given us toys, we mess with it, we break it, we make it into pieces. That is what researching. We want to see what is there in it. It's a curiosity. Curiosity drives us to do that. So same thing is researching. Okay, know the topic. Know the topic. When you know the topic, you know how deep you can dive into it. When you know the topic, you can know how deep you can dive into it. When you start diving into it, you're going to explore new thoughts. Explore new thoughts. Okay. Several key things to remember is skimming. Okay. Skimming. Okay. Finding reliable resource. and don't ignore information. See, these three are very, very important. First thing is skimming. Okay, find reliable resources, and then don't ignore information. Any writing, these three aspects are very, very important for a writer. For example, skimming. We read many things. Okay, we read many things, and we come across even a beautiful and wonderful writer we come across, they always write unnecessary things in it. When I say unnecessary, it might be unimportant things. Unimportant things. So when you start reading, know that you need to skim those information which you think is not necessary. Skimming, okay, it's only cutting. When I say skimming, is cutting, cutting, editing it, and saying that this information is not needed for my thought process. Okay, first thing, when you read someone's writing, identify the key points and arguments. Key points and arguments without getting bogged down and reading every word. You and I, every reader will do that. When you start writing, remember these things. Remember these things. Identify key things in that particular topic. Okay, and then write it on a piece of paper. Most of the times we don't write important points on a piece of paper than in there itself. That will hamper our growth as a writer. Write down whatever important points that you come across. Whatever important point that you come across. It could be what you think that it is, what exactly the important point in that particular area. Okay, that is what skimming is all about. Okay, it's not just deleting unimportant sentences, words, but it's also about writing the important points on a piece of paper. Important thoughts, important ideas. Okay, and then when you start skimming, always remember that every word is not necessary, every sentence is not necessary. Okay, cut it down, so that you can bring a new thought added to it. Okay, and the second one is find reliable resources. Most of the resources that we find now are not reliable. How can we know that the resource is reliable? Okay, how can we know? We need to cross check with different books, with different people who are expertised in that area. Okay, we need to talk with people. That's what we call it as interviewing people who are expertised in that area. Sit with them, ask them how far the read information, what you read, the information that you read is reliable and valid. Okay, reliable is nothing but trust, valid is the importance of it. Okay, know how can you trust it. When you need to trust it, you need to cross check with many resources. You take one resource and you start believing it. Let me tell you, that resource might be wrong. There might be other resources which speak about the same thing, and you need to check about it, how reliable it is, how valid it is, so that you can use it in your thought process, in your writing. Okay, now we know, when you know, we have our search has become much easier now. Our search has become much easier. Basically it is because we have the facility of internet, technology. You type something on a Google engine, you get everything at your footstep in our learning. You get me? So basically, Google search, Wikipedia, all those things, can we cite Wikipedia as one of the primary sources for our writing? If you are technologically driven people, you can tell me. Okay, see, people say that Wikipedia is not that reliable as it is supposed to be. The reasons are unknown to me, but I have read number of times that Wikipedia is not reliable. So when you're writing a piece of writing, don't depend upon the unreliable resources. In order to confirm whether it is reliable or unreliable, you need to talk to people who are expertised in that area, who are expertised in that. Get validity, get reliability of that information and start writing it. Okay. Finally, don't ignore information. The third point, ignore information. When you start reading something, don't ignore it. Don't ignore it. Okay. See, there are many things that might be that you and I might not understand, might not understand. But when we dig deep into it, when we start doing a lot of research into it, we come across new thought process altogether, new ideas altogether. And we need to cross-check with the reliability and validity of that particular topic. And when you jump to that particular point, you and I can make a wonderful research output. Okay, research output. Now, how to organize your research? That is what the most important aspects. Most important aspects. Okay, how can you organize your research? Organizing research is all about writing something in a logical order. What is the logical order? In any writing, see, introduction is very important. Give an introduction of what your topic is. Give an introduction, the kind of work that you have done. Give an introduction about the subject or the topic that you already worked upon. Okay, it's all about four things. It's all about the aspect that you're going to give. So when you start writing something, okay, give an introduction. Give an introduction. Okay, when you start introduction, when you start when you start writing introduction, you need to introduce yourself. When you introduce yourself, when you give an introduction, and then you go to the body of writing, go to the body of writing. Okay, and when you go into the body of writing, you need to give, you need to build upon the introduction. You need to build upon the introduction. That introduction is what makes you stronger. Introduction is the step for you to build upon in the body of the writing. And when you think that you have finished your body of writing, then you go into conclusion. Conclusion is nothing but the gist of your introduction and the body. Hope you got what I'm trying to tell you. The conclusion is nothing but the gist. The conclusion is nothing but an overall brief statements about introduction and then the body. So introduction always helps you to know. When you and I start reading something, we read sometimes the conclusion to understand what the meaning of the particular piece of writing is all about. So that is what writing is all about. Writing is all about. Okay, so this is how we can do our researches. So most of the times we are in wrong impressions. We are in wrong impressions. Okay, know pretty well that writing is not just a one day, one night activity. It is for lifetime. It is for lifetime. So I spoke about how to write a research paper. Now I'm going to talk about how to write a letter. Most of us, do you want me to write talk about how to write a letter? Can one participant say yes or no? Because we have another 55 minutes, maybe last 15 minutes I leave it for your questions. So I have till 40 minutes to go. So please let me know. Please let me know. Okay. Yes. Writing letter. Thank you. Thank you, Venkateshwar. Okay. Now, research paper we are done, and that is what our research would be, reflecting what our thoughts or what our ideas are. And writing a letter. See, this is all about art of writing. And writing everything is an art. It's a skill. I told you, skill can be improved by practicing daily. Okay, sometimes we feel that I'm not able to write something, I'm not wonderful, I'm not good in any writing. Let me tell you, we are not born as writers. Okay, so when we start talking about writing a letter, remember, writing letter is always something very crucial. It's just a brief piece of writing which tells the reader that you have a great information to convey. Okay, we have two different modes of writing letters. One is British way and then American way of writing. Now, in the present world scenario, we are driven by the American language. We are driven by the American technology, the language of technology. So, American technology as well as American technology and British technology has a lot of variations because the vocabulary that is used by the Britishers, the vocabulary that is used by the Americans are quite different. When you read both of the languages, you come across new words which means different. Like for example, truck in America, which means lorry in the British. So these are the changes, few changes. So let's keep a focus on writing a letter. See, most of the times we need to understand writing letter is all about expressing what you and I believe in, what you and I would believe in. For example, for example, when we start writing, when we start writing, we always believe that writing letter is only to give information. Yes, conveying the information is very important, but let us also educate the readers. Letters, the purpose of letters is to give information, and the purpose of writing letters is also to educate the reader. What kind of education? The information that you give might be so educative in nature. Like sometimes you might give an information about an admission. Sometimes you write a letter about writing something, writing an article, writing a research paper, something like that. All these things will exactly make a person. You get me? So remember that when you're writing, know pretty well, know pretty well that, know pretty well that the people, the people, okay, the people are absolutely linked, absolutely linked to something that is important, linked to something that is important. Know pretty well that we are supposed to do it. We are supposed to do it. So basically, let's understand that writing a letter is just not only just give information, but it's also educative in nature. Now, when we start writing letters, you and I know pretty well that we write letter on a piece of paper. Now we have got emails. We seldom write letters, but let me tell you that even email writing and letter writing are almost the same. There are few changes which I will tell you now. First, I'll talk about letter writing and then I'll jump into writing an email. Okay. Now, when you start writing a letter, imagine that you are going to address your letter to the principal of your college about your project work, about something that troubles you in your college, or an employee. An employee is supposed to write a letter to his subordinate, okay, or to his higher authority, informing him that he is doing a particular project this way, in a particular way. So first thing is on the see you have a page here, okay? You have a page. Remember that to your left side you need to start with from address, okay? If you're writing your letter on a letterhead, don't ever write from address. Don't ever write from address. Let me tell you, let me tell you, let me tell you that there is a simple difference between American mode of writing and British mode of writing of letter. In American mode of writing, everything you start with left side and everything ends in the left side only. British writing letter ends on the left side and starts on the left side and ends on the right side. Okay. There are 7 different elements in letter writing. That is address, station and date, subject, an official letter, business letter. We have a salutation, okay, salutation, and then you have subject, the body, conclusion, okay, courtesy, leave taking, and then finally address on the envelope. Okay, so these are the elements of letter writing. So I'll talk about the British letter writing and then I go to the American mode of writing. On the left side of the page, you start writing from address, and just opposite to that, on the right side, you're going to write the station and date, and you finish with the from address, and then you go to the to address, and then you're going to address the person to whom you're going to write the letter. For example, it could be if you don't know the gender of that particular person, you write sir by madam. If you know the gender, based on the gender, you're going to address that person by saying sir or madam. See, most of the times we say that we need to write respected sir. The word sir itself is a respect by all means. Sir, the word sir is a mark of respect, a word of respect. So there is no necessity to write respected sir again, respected madam again. Madam, the word madam is a respect by itself. So sir slash by madam when we don't know the gender, when we know the gender, it could be sir, it could be madam. And when you know the purpose, if you don't know to whom you're addressing, okay, to whom you're addressing, you can write on the top of the letter to whomsoever it may concern, to whomsoever it may concern. And then when you know when you don't know the addresser, okay. So these are the few important things. Then you start writing subject. Okay, after salutation, you come into the subject. The subject is a place or a thought which has to finish in one liner. It should be just a one liner. Remember, we don't write subject in personal letters. We write subject only in business and serious letters. Business and serious letters. If you're writing a business letter, if you're writing a serious letter, always remember that the subject should be just one liner. For example, request for. Okay, you put subject SUB colon and then request for. Request to send books. For example, you're writing a letter to a publisher, a book publisher. So request to send books dash REG, which means regarding. Regarding. We don't write it in full word. We just put it in a 3-alphabet word which says REG full stop, which means regarding. And then you go into the body of the letter. You write the letter. You talk about yourself first because the person might not be knowing you. If you have written your firm address, maybe the author would take an impression, would come to an impression who you are from that. But if you're not writing firm address, imagine that you're going to, that the person is going to look at you, look for information about you. So you're going to write whether you're a student, whether you're a teacher, they're going to see it. And then when they come to that particular aspect, they will understand what you are, So give an introduction about yourself. This is so. I would like to order some books from your publishing house, and I'm enclosing the list. If you're enclosing the list of the books, you say that you're enclosing the list, and you need to talk about how you need to write in the body of the letter what are the books that you need, what are the prices, what is the price for the books that you have ordered, and what is the mode of transport, mode of sending those books to you. All those things you need to talk about it, and you need to be grateful to them for the sending that particular aspect. Okay, these are all things that you and I need to do. All things that you and I need to do. So basically, we are supposed to understand that the content of the body is what gives complete information about the content of the letter. You get me? Your body of the letter gives complete information, the purpose for which the letter has been penned down. Hope you're clear. Okay. And in the conclusion, any writing should have introduction, body, and conclusion. Any writing, whether it is letters, whether it is research articles, whether it is XYZ, whatever you're writing. These three are very, very mandatory. And never think that you can do away with that, do away with this. You get me? So these are the important things that you need to keep in mind. They should ring in your mind when you're writing. So the thing, I mean, at the end, after the conclusion, you write thank you, or thanking you, sir, or thanking you, madam. And then then you say yours faithfully. Yours faithfully is for your equivalence. Yours sincerely is to your boss. Okay, yours truly to your boss. And then your signature. Your signature. And then at the end, you're going to write the enclosures, ENC, colon, and then whatever enclosures that you're attaching to the letter should be written in enclosures. So that is what a British pattern of writing. Okay, British. American, everything is same, but it starts on the left side, ends in the left side. Even the date on the left side, even the station on the left side, even the date on the left side, from address on the left side, to address on the left side, everything starts on the left side. Okay, so that is the bigger difference. The vocabulary is different, and then those letter writing is always very, very perfect by all means. Okay, your letter writing should convey what the purpose of it, and then you need to understand. I mean, the people should, when you're writing, always never drift away from what you're writing. And remember, when you're writing letters to very, very busy people, don't write unnecessary things in the letter. It's all about writing to the point. Writing to the point. Most of the times we think that the busy people who are busy, people who are in authority will listen to me. Yes, they will read your letter, no doubt, but they won't keep all their focus on that because of the constraint of time. They look at your subject. The most appealing thing in your letter writing should be a subject. If your subject can appeal to the reader, he will go deep into what the subject of the writing is all about, of the letter. Hope you understand what I'm trying to tell you. Whatever you see, understand it. Subject should be very clear. Subject, you need to understand the subject. When you have the subject, subject should reflect what the body of the body of the writing is all about. So know the subject very clearly. And then when you're writing the body of the letter, don't write unnecessary things at any point of time. If you're writing a personal letter, it's your ball game altogether. Whatever you want to write. But when it comes to writing, business letters, okay, always keep it short, always keep it beautiful, so that the person to whom you're addressing the letter would read it. Now, how to write an email? I believe you're all well versed with writing an email. Let me take some examples. Okay, we know that email page would be the first engine, would be first icon would be the address, the email ID of the person to whom you're going to send the mail, and then you have copies that you can add, and then you have subject. There also you have subject. See, sometimes when you don't write a subject in the letter, don't write a subject in your email, it says the subject is vacant. You did not write the subject. It asks you the the instruction flashes on the screen on the monitor asking you to write the subject if you can. And then once it is done, once if you don't want to write the subject, you send it like that. You and I would send it like that. Yes or no? So for any letter writing, subject is very, very important. And whatever letter writing is all about, it's all about in the email writing also. You write the subject, you write the body, and then you give the body of the writing, and you take it leave taking, and then everything is seen. But here, most of email writing is all about giving information in a short and sweet way. Even the letter is like that, but because we are people who want to happen everything in a snapshot, we do it quite easily. We do it very quite easily. So that is what very important. Know pretty well that whatever you're writing, whether it is in email or letter writing, you need to understand the pattern of writing, and that pattern of writing will enable you to become a very, very good writers. Okay. Have any questions as of now till what we have discussed? Do you have any specific topic that you want me to talk about in the writing? Any an article, a research article? Is this research article, sir?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, research article. Okay, sir. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Now, I mean, see, language, I mean, English language is not rigid. Even writing is not rigid. It keeps on changing from one to the other in a brief period of time. If you look into article writing, in old days, article writing was quite different, and now the article writing has changed, shifted, a paradigm shift has happened, and now the article, it talks about different things. Okay, the article is all about, if you look into a page, on the top of the page, you have the topic, the author, and then the institution to which you are affiliated. Okay, and then it talks about if there is a co-author for your article, you have a co-author, and then when you come down, it talks about abstract. Some journals ask for an abstract, and then after abstract, it talks about keywords. Am I right, sir? First thing is the title of the article. Okay, and then the second one is the institution to which the author is affiliated. Okay, and then the author. If you have a co-author, you're going to mention the co-author's name, and then below the co-author, okay, when you start writing, okay, and then sometimes they ask to give your address on the top of the article itself, and when you come down below that, you find abstract. Abstract is nothing but your article, a brief intro or a brief impression about a research article. A brief impression about a research article. And then you have keywords. You know what keywords are? The most prominent words that are repeated in the research article. The most prominent words that flash in an article quite a number of times. And then you go into introduction. As I've been telling you that introduction, body, and conclusion are the essential parts of any writing. And your introduction will give an impression to the reader what the body of your article is all about, what your research article is all about. Basically, what we do is when we are writing articles, we ignore certain things. It's all about doing a homework before writing a research article. When you want to write about a particular topic as an research article, sit with people who are expertised in that area. Sit with people. Sit with the books which talks about that area or the topic that you want to write upon. Okay, and then you look what are the reliable resources. Okay, when I'm speaking about thesis, I said reliable resources. That is what a very, very prominent aspect. Very prominent aspect. Okay, the very prominent aspect is not pretty sure that if you have a reliable resource that caters to your need, when you know those articles, reliable articles, take information from them. As I told you, skimming, you need to do it. You need to cut down what is unnecessary for you, and then take the necessary points, necessary items in a piece of writing, and then you logically arrange them, and then you transform it into the language that you want to write, and then you get into the body of writing. Okay, so skimming, you need to do. Scanning, first thing is you need to scan. Okay, pick out the important points when you're reading something, when you're getting information from someone. Okay, sometimes when you're trying to do, when you're trying to sit with an expert, okay, you need to do a lot of note taking. Okay, note taking when someone speaks, note making when you read. See, there is a lot of difference between two things. The two activities are same, but the thing is, when you're doing a note taking, you listen to someone and start taking information from him, important information from him. When you're reading, it's all about note making. You read, you come across important points, you come across important issues, and then you start penning it down. So what happens is, when you're listening to the expert, you do a note taking. Take important points. Take steps. Write down the steps to carry your work. That is very essential. Very essential. So basically, you need to read. You need to be a reader. You need to be a listener. You get me? First thing is, you need to be a listener and you need to be a reader. Listening to the experts is what is needed. Reading the expertized book, the information on a set topic, is what is very essential for an article writing. If you're not a listener, if you're not a reader, you and I cannot write an article. Let's be listeners, let's be readers. Undivided attention, that is what is needed. Your focus should be in what you're listening, and your focus should be what you're reading. Okay? When you read, you come across information that is not needed for you. Ignore them. You write down those things which are necessary for you. And then after that, you start writing what you have read. Sit with the experts. That is the homework that you and I need to do. Sit with them. Ask them any number of questions. Asking questions is only to procure information that is needed for you. And then go to reading. Sit in a library, sit in your home. If you have enough number of books on the said topic, sit with it, spend time with it, and then start writing important points. You and I might not be logically arranging when we are doing it. We call it as first draft. Okay, and then we take information and then we wait for the first draft to happen. So what happens is, we sit there, and then we finish with the whole thing. And then later you go into first draft of writing. Never think that your first draft is the last draft for your writing of an article. Know and gather information pertaining to the topic that you're going to write. Okay, pertaining to write. So basically, what you need to do is, what you and I need to do is, we have to be perfect in procuring the information. Most of the times we think that is not needed, that is not relevant, that is not important. No. Take the information, have the information, and then know the topic well. First, you need to know the topic well. Speak with people who are expertised in that. And then start going into the field. Field in the area of an article to be written. Okay? Gather information, come back, sit, start writing. Introduction. Give absolute perfect introduction. You know, the worth of an article is reflected in the introductory part. The quality of the article is reflected in the introductory part. We think that giving introduction is enough, but giving wonderful introduction is what is needed. Give, arouse curiosity in the people about the article. Arouse curiosity in the reader about the article. And where you and I can do, we can do it in abstract, and we can do it in the introductory. Both of the places we can do, we can do lot of introductory. We can do a lot of impression on that. So your abstract might be a gist, your introduction might be a gist, but those are the two target areas where your focus should be very great. Most of us think that abstract is just an overall view. No doubt in it. The keywords are an overall aspect, but we need to understand that that is the area which really pushes us, Okay, and that pushing is what is needed for us. So we need to be perfect in our understanding. That push is what is needed. Introduction, and then abstract. Okay, and then body, whatever you found out in the research that you have done for the article can be put there. Arrange logically. When you're writing, we need to have the coherence and coherent. Coherence in the passages, coherent in the thought process. Coherence is nothing but arranging the statements in a logical order is what is coherence, one after the other. The meaning should continue. When you give an introduction, that first statement should have a continuous thought process to the second sentence. The third sentence, the second one should have a continuity with the third. The third will have a continuity with. Coherent is nothing but the connectivity between passage and passage. Okay, so when you are writing any kind of writing, this coherence and coherent are very, very important. Most of people, what they do is they don't have a connectivity between the first paragraph to the second paragraph. And that's where people lose interest in reading. So let's keep a focus on doing this. When we start doing that, we become perfect in our article writing. And then you write the body, and then you come to the conclusion and give your conclusions about that. How we can give conclusions to it? Basically, understand your conclusion is nothing but the wonderful aspect of what you're trying to, what your article is all about, what the body is all about, and then your introduction is all about. Okay, when writing, give enough importance to the writers. Give enough importance to the writers. Okay, basically, when we finish starting articles, okay, well, basically giving intro and giving introduction is what is important. Giving importance to the articles. I'm sorry. So the best thing is what we can do is while writing the article, give what is truth. What is truth? What is absolutely true? Give enough proofs for it. Give enough, when you have finished your writing, give enough, to be very precise, give what is due to other people who have done work on it. And when you finish writing the article, when you're writing articles, don't worry about using difficult vocabulary. Keep it simple in language. When you start writing in simple language, many people will understand it. Maybe people contradict with me, say that simple language is not right, but I believe simple language always invites people, invites people. That is what is needed. That is what is needed. Sir, am I clear with article writing, sir? Yeah, am I clear, sir? Am I clear? If you have any doubts, I'm open to your doubts, sir. Any doubts to the extent that we have discussed? I think many are leaving. Yes. Any other topic that you want to me to talk for another 10 minutes? I'm open. I'm open.
Sir,
Yes, sir.
sir, what is the difference between the abstract and conclusion?
Which one, sir? Abstract and conclusion.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. Abstract. See, abstract is all about the introduction, body, as well as conclusion. You take some part of introduction, you take some part of the body, and you take some part of conclusion. Conclusion is your thought process, your impressions about the particular topic. You get me? Introduction is all about what people have said about that particular topic. And body is your writing. Your writing. Abstract is an overview. An overview. I mean, conclusion is also same thing, but it depends upon your body. Abstract depends upon the three things. It depends upon your in the introduction, the body, as well as conclusion. But conclusion only depends upon the body of your writing. Okay, introduction and body. Abstract is an overview. Okay, sometimes conclusion might deviate from what introduction is all about. Conclusion might deviate from what abstract is all about. Okay, conclusion is your thought process, your ideologies. Okay, and abstract might not be it's also an ideology, but it's all about what the introduction, what the topic is, and what the information that you're going to give in the paper. But conclusion, what you have analyzed in the body of the writing, in the body of the article, and you're going to say that because of this proves the set topic or whatever you have worked upon is positive or negative. Giving you a conclusions, coming to a conclusion. Am I clear, sir?
Okay, thank you, sir.
Yeah. See, we still have a lot of time. I think we have almost 20 minutes to go. If you have any other thing that you want me to talk about, I'm ready. Or if you want every one of us to, if you have any other topic that you want me to talk about for another 10 to 15 minutes, I'm also ready. I leave the floor with you. I leave the floor with you. Managna ma'am?
Yes, sir.
You want, do you want me to speak about any other topic for another 10 minutes? Or
I'm waiting for participants to
Sir.
respond. Sir.
yeah.
Sir,
Yes,
kindly tell
Hannah.
about the process rating, sir.
Preci writing. Okay, I'll tell you. Okay, Preci writing. Okay, Preci writing. Okay, most of you are written a Preci writing. I'll talk about Preci writing. See, Preci writing. I'm sorry, Preci writing. See, Preci writing is nothing but a big passage is given. A big passage is given, and then they ask you to cut it down, taking out unnecessary information. Taking out unnecessary. Imagine that a passage of 1,000 words has been given to you. Imagine, just imagine, Mr. Hammond. A Preci writing of 10 words, 1,000 words have been given to you. If they ask you to cut it down to 1/3 of it, in other words, you need to cut down into 250 words. Imagine 1,000 words, cutting it down to 1/3 part, which means 250 words. So, what you do is the Preci writing, you read it. Okay, most of the times we always find Preci writing in examination. And so, what we do is because of constraint of time, less time, what you do is you think that you cannot do it. You cannot, you always do the thing that I'm running out of time. So, you just read once and then start writing, cutting it down, and then you write it into half and then you leave it. But let me tell you, we need to practice it. How we can practice it? That is what the biggest question. Imagine 1,000-word passage has been given to you. Read it. Read it. First time, how intelligent, how wise you and I could be might not understand the passage. Read it again. We'll understand just quarter part of it. Read it again. We might understand half part of it. If you're good, if you understand once, if you read once and you understand it, good. I appreciate that. If you don't read it, don't think that you should never reread it. Read it again. Reread it. Reread it. Reread it to the point that you understand exactly in which the author has written. When you're rereading it, take a piece of pen, take a pencil, and start underlining words and sentences that have been repeated. A piece of writing, a passage which is given for précis writing, know pretty sure that multiple sentences would come there. Same sentence, same words would be repeated. That is what the purpose of précis writing. So as a reader, when you're reading it for the first time, your eye vision will take you to the words that have been repeated. Your eye vision will take you to the sentence that is being repeated. So you take a piece of pen or a pencil and start underlining the repeated words, the repeated sentences, maybe the idioms and phrases, all these things. Apart from the grammatical connectors like articles, prepositions, never mind about it. Okay, never mind about it. But if you can change the whole meaning of the passage, it's good. Okay, so what you do is you read it, reread it, and then you start underlining every repeated sentence, every repeated passages, every repeated sentence, words, and everything. Okay, and then you take a piece of paper and then start writing. When you're reading, know the theme of the passage. We call it as topic sentence. The important sentence around which all other ideas, all other sentences would be built upon. We call it as the topic sentence, which reflects the theme of writing. Hope you got what I'm trying to tell you. Every writing will have a theme, and the theme talks about the other sentences is built upon the theme. No writing cannot go beyond the theme. When you know the theme, you build that theme, you build other ideas along with the theme. So basically, build that one. Know the theme. That we call it as topics. When you're reading the when you're underlining the words that are repeated and the sentence that are repeated, check out for the topic sentence also. The sentence which reflects the theme of the passage. Try to underline the topic sentence. When you know the topic sentence, it is easy for you to build up the thought process, the logical arrangements of each idea. So know it pretty well. So when you start doing it, remember that you need to understand that when you have the topic sentence, when you know the topic sentence, take the topic sentence and keep it aside. You cannot miss the topic sentence even if it is repeated twice or thrice. If the topic sentence is repeated twice or thrice, there also repetition happens. So you club it into one. You take one topic sentence and you finalize it. Hope you understand what I'm trying to tell you. take the topic sentence and keep it there and keep it aside. Keep it aside. Okay, topic sentence. And then see for the supporting ideas to the topic sentence and start reading it and start writing, rewriting, redrafting, and then you come to a conclusion and you cut it down to such an extent that one third of that particular piece of writing is cut down. Am I clear, Hemant?
Thank you, sir. It is clear.
Are you clear or you want me to elaborate more on that?
Clear, sir.
Clear?
Yes.
Yes. Anyone with any questions or you want me to talk about anything? I want to thank Hemant for asking, not a doubt, to asking me to talk about pressy writing. Do you have any questions that you want me to clarify on?
Sir,
Yes, please, sir.
sir, which letter is best, sir? Is a British or a American?
Very controversial question, but there is no controversy in it. But basically, it's a very challenging question to be very precise.
In India, sir.
Yeah. With the advent of the technology, we have been drifting towards American language. Okay. See, let me tell you one thing. Every language under the sun is beautiful. It all lies in the listener. It all lies in the user. Hope you're understanding what I'm trying to tell. If I can use English language beautifully, the listener, whether I use British English or whether I use American English, the listener will be so absorbed, would be mesmerized to listen to me. When I'm writing in British language, whether I'm writing in American language, see, when the reader feels comfortable with my writing, when he feels that the piece of writing is so excellent, the purpose is done. The purpose is done. Hope you understand, sir. It all lies in the listener. It all lies in the reader. If I'm writing in a British, if I'm writing in American English, and you read my piece of writing, and you think that I have written very well, you don't find a difference between American and British there. The ultimate conclusion is that the beauty of the language lies there. Any language under the sun is beautiful. What do you say? I always love my native tongue called Telugu. You understand? Even though I'm teaching English, I don't speak English at my home. I speak only Telugu at home because I want my children to learn Telugu. The beauty of our native tongue, we should not miss it. Okay? The beauty of the accent, we should not miss it. There might be multiples of languages, but the beauty of every language lies in the user, lies in the listener. Okay, whether it is British or American, nothing is different. But to be very precise, we Indians always follow British accent, British language invariably. So we don't love to listen to American English. Yes or no, sir? And technology language is British. If you write, say for example, if you write the spelling of color as COLOUR, which is a standard spelling according to the British Phonetical Association. Okay, and Americans are very, to be very precise, I should not be using that word, but they don't want to use the silent words. You know it? They don't want to use for color, they spell it out as COLOR because U is silent. What is the necessity of writing U in the spelling? See, there are many spellings like that, not just one. I can tell you that in a different way. Okay, like for example, if I say the word called program, British spelling is PROGRAMME. That is what accepted spelling. But the Americans use the spelling as PROGRAM, program. See, so when we got so used to the British alphabets, we got so used to the British spelling. When we listen and when we see American language, American spelling, sometimes we find it difficult to absorb. So any language is beautiful, any language is wonderful, whatever accent, whatever the differences the two languages has, each one has its own beauty. Okay, difficult if you ask me, British language is difficult. British spelling is difficult. British language is difficult. No doubt in it. No doubt in it. Am I clear, sir?
Thank you very much, sir.
But let's say that every language is beautiful. Every language is beautiful. Let me tell you that. Okay, I'm not a selfish man because I'm teaching English. I don't say that English language is beautiful. I don't mind saying that any language is beautiful when you and I comprehend it and understand it. Hope you agree with me. Hope all the participants agree with me.
Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome, welcome. Any other questions? We still have 8 minutes to go. Yeah. So I'll leave the platform to Managna ma'am and to the participants. If you have any questions, I'm ready to answer within the time frame. Any other questions? I appreciate those people who have asked questions. I appreciate those people who did not ask questions. Also because you have lessened my burden. Managna ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Okay, sir. If there is no questions, I just like to propose my formal vote of thanks, sir. We can
Yes,
conclude
ma'am.
this
Thank you
session.
so much, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, sir. On behalf of all the students, I thank you. You have started explaining the definition of communication and writing and the importance of thinking out of the box to write effectively. You have explained overcoming purposelessness and proved reading, rereading is very important and need of resources you have explained, sir, and you have cleared all the doubts regarding the letter writing, email writing, and paper writing, sir. And you have spent much time for clearing the doubts of the participants. Thank you so much, sir. I thank you on behalf of all the
It's an honor,
participants.
ma'am. It's an honor for me. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Once again, thank you, sir. Salman, sir.
Sir, welcome, sir. Welcome, sir. Thank you,
Yeah,
ma'am. Thank you.
thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, participants, we can have lunch break and we'll again join at 3 o'clock sharply. Thank you.